day 4 of Silent Hill FCAM hack. Oh god. I haven't played in a few days. Remember all the controls again. I need get into Rinko's room. Pretty sure that's the only one I haven't done yet. And there actually is some stuff I wanted to look at in Rinko's room specifically. First of all, this music monthly looks a lot like a young Akira Yamaoka, the composer for the Silent Hill series. Very similar features. He used to have his facial hair like that. Looks a lot like a young Yamaoka to me. Can get much closer look. Or magazines there underneath. We can see those covers in a bit. See if I can pull up a comparison image of Yamaoka from back in the day. Especially when he had that style on his facial hair. Because most pictures of Yamaoka tend to be when he's older, at least these days. But to me, that looks pretty similar. Other than the hair in that photo. See if I can find one when he had the longer, little bit longer hair, more like on the cover. Because he's kind of changed up his look a lot over the years. Here's a good one, actually. You can see he's got that same little chin patch, little triangular chin patch of hair, and like kind of the shorter bangs hanging down in the front. But to me, this looks very similar to Yamaoka, and considering it's like a music magazine, even without the cam hack, I think on like my first or second playthrough, like fairly early on, I looked at this and I was like, that looks like Yamaoka. It feels like it could be an Easter egg, yeah. Considering we also saw pictures of Al Yang in the school, and we have like Okamoto Fisheries, like a reference to Matoyo Okamoto. There's definitely little developer Easter eggs uh, sprinkled throughout the game. And this one feels like a Yamaoka Easter egg. Big stack of magazines and stuff here. Let's see, well, I can kind of clip through some of these. We might be able to see in some other places a little more clearly. We've got the Fox wedding storybook. We saw that in another location already. But let's start looking at some of these other things. Pull up old Google Lens. Goddess of the Fountain. Is this book right here. They must really like that music book. Yeah, they've got 1, 2, 3 different copies of it right here. Probably more. Music Monthly. Plant Encyclopedia, considering all the themes around flowers and everything else. An encyclopedia of plants. Somewhat makes sense. 18 magazine. Another like women's youth magazine, kind of. We know Rinko is more, considers herself more like proper. He's into the more girly stuff, sort of what's, unlike Hinako, who kind of goes against all that. Rinko really leans into it. So we're seeing lots of that. Schoolgirl Friend. Schoolgirl Friend is the title of this book. Rinko and Hinako are literally schoolgirls who are friends, or at least somewhat come off that way. Were friends at one point. Might possibly still be friends. A lot of the stuff with Rinko could be very heavily exaggerated by Hinako's perception. Nest with baby birds. More baby bird reference. It's relevant to Hinako. It's literally what her name means. Her name translates to. Too bad it's so dark. One of the things I wish these cam hacks kind of had included is a light source, a way to like see things a little bit brighter. Ebisugaoka Local Studies. So she's got books on music and fashion, storybooks, fairy tales, local Ebisugaoka information, plant encyclopedias. And of course, all of her dolls. She's got some of the little wooden, more traditional Kokeshi dolls. And then these little bit more modern type. Very similar to what we see in the Oi Omoi creatures. It's just like a bunch of these dolls kind of mashed together. Butterfly on the sleeve. Cool just seeing all the little details on these objects you don't get to look too closely at. Uh, the white kanji says space, and the blue kanji says earth. There's Japan, highlighted on the banner. Another Japanese flag. Fuji. Little banner with Fuji, which is especially interesting because the developers originally wanted to set this game in Shizuoka before coming up with the fictionalized Ebisugaoka based on the real town of Gero, specifically the neighborhood of Kanayama. But before they kind of settled on that, they originally wanted to set this game in Shizuoka, and one of the reasons that they stated for not putting it in Shizuoka is because it would have been too close in proximity to Mount Fuji, where you would always sort of see it in the background. And they didn't want it to be that familiar to Japanese players. They wanted it to seem sort of less recognizable. So they put it in a fictionalized town. Same books. A lot of repeated assets here for all the books. He's got dozens and dozens of copies of the same things. More of these little wooden Kokeshi dolls. So many shelves. So many shelves and books and magazines, drawers. Cosmetics is this magazine, the October issue. So she's got fashion, makeup, music, folklore, fairy tales, local legends, plant encyclopedias. Trying to see if there's anything a little more unique that might stand out. Hey, what's up here, Amy? Hope you're doing well, man. Never understood why so many older and some newer Japanese games felt the need to read us the name of the game in the title screen each time. The new Fatal Frame remake trailer. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean. I haven't seen the new trailer yet. I saw people shared it in Discord, but... Oh, like Resident Evil, where it just says the title of the game on the title screen. Resident Evil. That voice actor is Ernest Baldwin, by the way, in the original Silent Hill 2, Born from a Wish. The Resident Evil voice guy. That's the same voice actor. That's Ward Sexton, who voices Ernest Baldwin. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a holdover from arcade games, because a lot of gaming in Japan really stems from arcades. Like, arcades also played a big part kind of in other parts of the world. But in Japan, like, arcades have always been massive and still are. But they're very busy. There's tons of different games. They're very loud. There's a lot of different things trying to get your attention. Exactly. So for attract mode, where the game is just kind of on standby, a lot of times it's just cycling through a quick little demo of like gameplay, and then you have the announcer saying the title of the game to try to earworm its way into your brain, get you to think about it, get you to go and check it out, go and play it. So I feel like that idea of kind of saying the title of the game is a little bit of a holdover from that arcade style attract screen. Dance Dance Revolution. You just have the announcer blatantly saying the game over and over to get your attention. Having specific sounds, a few tones you can hear and you know, oh, this is Street Fighter, etc. Yeah. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, with its really standout, punk jazz music on like the arcade attract screen, just to catch your attention. Women's Voice. Women's Voice is the translation on this book, I think. Google Lens gave me like 3 different translations depending on how close I hold my phone. And when I had it kind of further away, the first translation it gave me was woman and green onion. I'm like, I don't think that's correct. I don't know. Maybe this is the green onion. Ah, thank you, Liv. Lady's Daily Life. Repeating the kanji, like typing it out in chat, uh still doesn't help me. I can't read kanji. Easier to copy paste to a translator. I'm not like alt tabbing out and copy pasting. I'm trying to use my phone, and my phone doesn't. I can't hold my phone up to chat and translate it because it just picks up everybody else typing in English around you. It doesn't. It doesn't like translate that way. Like, I appreciate you helping out with translations and stuff though. But if you're gonna share it in chat, include Romaji and English. It's a little more useful that way, a little more helpful. Got Rinko's school uniform. PE shirt. There's a scan mode in Google Translate where you can take a picture and select this. I understand that. The thing is, I'm trying to minimize the amount of just sitting on a static screen where I'm not moving around and I'm messing with a translator. Because this is a playthrough after all. But then again, the viewership for this is very low. It's not like people really care about this game. You guys here, I'm glad you're here to appreciate it, because the vast majority of my audience does not care about Silent Hill F or this cam hack playthrough. So I don't know why I'm stressing about spending a few extra seconds translating stuff while not playing the game. It don't matter. None of this matters. Sorry, I've been real bummed out lately. If you can't tell, I've been getting that seasonal depression. And there's just a lot of stuff that I'm having to really think about and consider. People are not super interested in Silent Hill F. There's a lot of the Silent Hill fan base that just doesn't consider this a Silent Hill game or doesn't consider it interesting enough to watch these videos or streams. So viewership has been way down. Sub counts and support and stuff has been way down. And then I start thinking about how long I've been doing all of this, and I'm like, man, after like 11 years of focusing and trying to put effort into videos and streams and stuff, and I have like 100 subscribers on Twitch. I've never broken like 600 subs on Twitch, even at my absolute peak. Whereas a lot of my fellow streamers, friends who do similar content to me are like 10 times my size and started streaming after me. So, makes me think I'm just not very good at what I do. So, I'm thankful to you guys. The small group of you that actually do watch and support and appreciate what I do. I'm very thankful for it. Let's see if we can find the other room. Here it is. Same as the Chizuruya candy store. The room doesn't transform, it just teleports Hinako to this version of the room once you interact with that lamp. We can kind of look at this before we even start changing stuff, start interacting with that. Although with her room, isn't there like... Whoa. There's a lot more versions of her room. Because there's a version of it where there's like writing all over the walls, and then the drawings of Shu and the drawings of Hinako. always tell people about UNUB and encourage people to watch and take the deep dive long play seriously. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I really do appreciate anybody who enjoys what I do and tries to like share it with others, let people know I exist and what I do. But I'm also at a point now where after 11 years of doing this, I don't have a whole lot to show for it. I don't have a whole lot of, like, I can't support myself just doing this. So I'm kind of heavily considering retirement and just going back to like a 9 to 5. Like, I'll always be an obsessive Silent Hill fan. That's just me. That's just who I am. But the fact that this became like my primary source of income for the last 11 years, and I've just been scraping by the whole time. I've never hit a level of like success the way a lot of my friends and fellow streamers have. People who absolutely deserve it, who've put in a ton of work. Maxi Lobes, Ecdysis. There's a lot of people out there who do what I do and similar things to what I do. But like Maxi, I remember when Maxi very first started streaming. He started off as one of our viewers, part of our community, and I mean, is still a great friend and is still a big part of our community. But admittedly, it's a little bit painful to see someone start after you and have way more success than you. Anyway, I'm sorry to get into all that. Gloomy Princess, thank you so much for the sub. As said, I appreciate you guys so much for the support. The fact that I've been able to do this for 11 years, like, even if it's been a struggle, still says a lot, you know? Because even finding that amount of success to, like, support yourself for that long, even if it's not, like, huge, is a very rare thing. So many people try Twitch and try YouTube, and trust me, I went through that. I started streaming on Twitch in 2011, and I don't think I ever broke 10 viewers until 2015. Canna Snails, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, thank you. Trying to keep me out of retirement just a little bit longer. Thank you so much. Nagisa MVM, Crewy, Goonby, Cosmic Ravens, and Love Consolation. Enjoy the subs. Enjoy the emotes, the ad-free viewing, courtesy of Canna Snails. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Goku.
Here, why don't you take it?
Thanks.
Necromancer, thank you so much for Keep It Going, nerds. A gift sub to Keep It Going, nerds. Is that somebody who's actually here? Was that, or is that like kind of name? Our nice little group photo of our friends. Uh, what is this background? Is that the middle school? Looks a little bit like the middle school. Yeah, you can see the sign for the classroom behind Shu on the right. Think YouTube shorts of old playthroughs could pump numbers up. People love your content, feel they just don't get to see it, and clips are the popular play right now. YouTube's also fucking its creators over big time. I mean, that's another thing. Twitch and YouTube are just difficult platforms to work with. Because I actually made a post about this on YouTube to try and see like if people are getting notifications whenever I post videos, or if, you know, people are just seeing that I'm posting videos and just not interested in Silent Hill F. Like, I'm trying to figure out kind of why the decline in viewership and stuff like that lately. And it seems like a mix of things. About half the people replying were saying they're not interested in Silent Hill F, or they're still playing Silent Hill F and don't want to spoil themselves. And then the other half of people were like, didn't even realize you were posting new videos. Didn't realize that I was like even active on YouTube. If they don't go out of their way to like search for my stuff, it doesn't show up. And Twitch is now at a point where it's not counting people as viewers if they're like not active in chat. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on with how Twitch considers a viewer or not. So I don't know. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on in terms of the platforms, but even that aside, like, after this many years of doing this, and still being sort of stagnant in terms of growth, it's somewhat demotivating. And I definitely feel a lot of it is just like what people look for in terms of entertainment and videos and stuff is just not what I do anymore. Most people these days have much shorter attention spans, which is why YouTube Shorts and TikTok and Instagram Reels and that type of stuff is so big. Nobody really cares about like super thorough, hours and hours long type of videos anymore. So I feel like what I do is just not appealing to a very wide audience anymore as much as it used to. Wrinkle, 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 written out in English on our drawings of Shu. All of our obsessive drawings of Shu. mean, to be fair, I'm also just not a very good editor. And unlike a lot of other streamers and YouTubers who just pay somebody else to edit their stuff, I can't afford that. So I'm not very good at putting together shorts, because there are shorts. Like I do YouTube shorts and stuff like that too. They don't catch on. They I stopped bothering with it because I waste a bunch of time trying to put together like an interesting or entertaining or funny little short or clip or whatever, and they just drop off immediately. They don't bring in new viewers. They don't show like a significant increase in people like finding it and then being like, oh, I'm going to go subscribe to this and watch the long form content. Like I can view all those metrics and I've tried, and it just doesn't seem to go anywhere. But as I said, maybe that's me. Maybe I'm too boring. Maybe I'm too long-winded in the way I talk about things. Sorry, I've just been struggling with that a lot lately. I've been struggling a lot with I'm not good enough. I feel like if I was better at what I do, I would be in a different place than where I am now. Especially after all these years. So that's why I'm kind of at a point where I have to consider other things. We've got a mortgage to pay, you know. We've been struggling to get groceries. Like, we basically have to wait for Oleander to donate for us to buy groceries and pay bills. And I'm way behind on all of my credit cards and stuff now because of all the medical stuff this year. It's just been a real rough year, and it has me very heavily reconsidering life choices. And it's hard to justify everything with Twitch and YouTube because I put so much time into streaming and editing and doing all of this. It's like more than a full-time job. And I could be working part-time at fucking McDonald's and making like 3 times what I make doing YouTube and Twitch. So it's difficult. It's a lot to struggle with. Drawings change again. We go from all the obsessive Shu drawings to all of the obsessive Hinako drawings. Hinako all scribbled out, drawn in sort of a way to make her look evil, monstrous. Sort of reflecting Rinko's jealousy kind of affecting her. Again, we don't really know how much of this is real. If this is just sort of how Hinako perceives that aspect of Rinko's personality. What's the bloody writing say? Die. Shine. Just the word die over and over and over. Shine. Shine. But I still feel like a lot of this is sort of exaggerated. Like, I think Rinko was jealous of Hinako, but I don't think to the point of this level of obsession where she, like, wanted her to die. I think that's Hinako trying to exaggerate it in her mind to justify, like, letting these people go from her life. Hinako's paranoia? I don't think it's necessarily paranoia. I think it's just Hinako is getting married. Like, in the context of the story, that Hinako's an adult. She's about to get married. She feels like she has to give up her identity, her childhood, the aspects of her that she identifies with her personality and who she is. And part of that is being married into this new family, which they don't live in Ebisugaoka, so she's going to be away from her friends, away from her family. So I think she's just trying to justify it. She's trying to exaggerate the negative aspects of these people to make it easier for her to cope with cutting them out of her life. Like, yeah, we've been friends since childhood, but Rinko was jealous to the point of obsession where it's dangerous for her to still be in my life. So it's better for me to cut her out. You know? That sort of perspective on it. Hey, what's up? I need hugs.
これでリンコとお別れできる。
Find anything cool yet? We found potentially Akira Yamaoka. A young Akira Yamaoka. On the music magazine. Hey, Fishbones. Good luck with your writing. Writing? God, I wish that were me. Hey, I feel you. It's so frustrating when you have to do something creative and you're just not feeling it. I was feeling that the other night. I was trying to do some painting and trying to get back into painting and doing artwork and stuff. I'm like, I feel just so bad at it. Like, my brain wants to do the creative things. I need that creative outlet. But I beat myself up over setting time aside to do it that I should be like streaming or editing. And then the final product doesn't look good and I'm like, it just feels like frustrating. It's so frustrating. Yeah, I think we get some new animations. I hate that using the cam hack kind of cuts off the dialogue. As we start putting the crests in. Right. This one is just a cutscene. I can't use the cam hack for the last one, unfortunately. My scale emblem key. Is the cage in that little spot that we saw down here? I was kind of curious if maybe that cage with Rinko goes in. No? No, it kind of changes all this. Might be a different variation of the room. Oh, Rinko's room still up here. Just with a lot of her assets deloaded. Izuruya still here with these creepy things. Babies in the ceiling. Classroom. Both versions of the classroom still there. Kind of shocked it's such a pleasant skybox. Yeah, considering how otherworld nightmarish everything inside is. outside is just kind of like nice. Where the chain loops. Uh-oh. My camera is stuck. The camera's actually broken because I had the cam hack activated while that cutscene triggered. Sorry, Rinko. And there she goes again. Had to go through it again just to fix the camera. So half of Hinako wants to get married since she's getting rid of all that binds her. I mean, there is definitely part of her that still wants that. Like, she's not... A lot of people, I think, misinterpret it to where she's entirely against anything relating to, like, her role in society as a woman. Like, it's something that she doesn't want to be forced into. She doesn't want to be put into an arranged marriage. She doesn't want to get married outside of her own terms. She doesn't want to have to be a woman on somebody else's terms or standards. She wants the choice. Yeah, exactly. She wants the choice for herself. So there is definitely that conflict, that struggle of young Hinako, who's trying to maintain her sense of identity, her sense of choice, versus adult Hinako, which is represented by this version, the Fox Hinako, who is trying to sort of cope with the idea of becoming an adult, going through with the marriage, because part of her still wants that. You even get that a sense of that in the ending, the fourth ending, that Kotoyuki and Hinako potentially do have feelings for each other, but they would rather get married on their own terms, not through an arranged marriage. They would rather do it for themselves rather than just, you know, their parents, their bloodlines. Or the sort of social stigma surrounding not going through with it, you know? She just wants to have it on her own terms. What do the rituals have to do with the marriage? Are these just traditions in their belief? They're not literal. Like, it's entirely metaphorical. Putting the brand on her back is like stamping her with the name of the new family. Like, you lose your name and you become part of the new family name when she gets married to Kotoyuki and married into Kotoyuki's family. The mask is a representation of her giving up part of her identity because she needs to fit in with this fox family, you know, because the foxes and the crest, like all of that is representative of becoming part of Kotoyuki's family. So the rituals are not happening in a literal sense. They are entirely metaphorical for what Hinako is going through in her mind by going through with the wedding. She's giving up part of her own identity. She's being branded to like become part of this family. And it makes her into a person who she doesn't feel she actually is not her true identity. Based on the mother notes, his family kind of sucks. Based on all the notes about Kotoyuki's family, like they're wealthy, but the only reason that they're wealthy is because they take advantage of other people's misfortunes. They take advantage of disasters and other families' misfortune to make their own profit and to keep them in, you know, high social status. So like there's a lot of negative connotation towards Kotoyuki's family in general. And outside of the fourth ending, it's hard to know if Kotoyuki is actually like also sort of okay with that. Or if he also, similar to Hinako, like kind of goes against what his family stands for. But body transformation, aka monster form, empowering her. See, this is where I feel like the symbolism kind of falls apart for me. You could view this as like her becoming part of this family means that she also gets that social status. She also gets that wealth. So in terms of like where you're at in society, you are more powerful being part of the Tsuneki family. But I don't know. I feel like it could have been represented differently than a big goofy monster arm. It's one of the things I dislike about this game. Like, it's also a lot of the criticism that I've gotten in comments and messages from people who are like claiming I just don't understand the symbolism of it. Like, I feel like I understand the symbolism of it perfectly fine. But I don't think it's an accurate or fair representation for Hinako. you would think that there would be some element of strength or the opposite. The ideals, like holding on to your own personal ideals, trying to hold on to your own identity. You would think that there would be some element of strength in that. That's a much harder thing to do. That's a much more difficult thing to do. I feel like there should have been some either mechanic or story element to sort of bolster that idea that young Hinako, the Hinako that wants to keep and maintain that aspect of herself and her identity, would have some strength, would have some power. It's very strange to me that all of the strength and power comes from this Hinako. The one who's sort of accepting the marriage, accepting the transition into adulthood, cutting off. Literally what we're going through right now is just Hinako cutting off ties. She's not literally killing her friends and family, but this is representative of her cutting ties with all of these people who've been in her life that are not going to be a part of her life if she goes forward with this wedding. These are the same bunny pictures, by the way, from the middle school rabbit enclosure, little cages and stuff. We're outside in the courtyard area. Of course, Sakuko is represented in the journal and stuff as a rabbit. Everyone sort of has like an animal associated with them, and for Sakuko it's the rabbits. You can see even on the journal page down on the bottom right, little rabbits and things for Sakuko's entry. So we see a lot of that rabbit imagery and symbolism now that we're sort of in the area that's relevant to Sakuko. The origami rabbit faces, the pictures of the rabbits. Damn, Terry. I'm glad y'all got out of that situation and you're in a better place in your lives now. More AI generated track and field posters from the middle school. They might not be, like there's a chance they're not actually AI generated, but I'm leaning very heavily towards these being AI gen assets. Like this one doesn't look quite as bad. This is one of the more weird looking ones. Like, look at her feet. Look at each shoe and like the amount of the red lining on the part that goes under the ankle is like not consistent. There's like a red stripe on the foot that's in front around the sole of the shoe that's not on the back foot. There's a little design, little like red mark on the back foot that's not on the front foot. There's the thickness of the part under the ankle is completely different. Like, there are two different designs, two different styles with that design. Which, if you look at where her hips are, like, look at the way her body's twisted, which foot is her left foot and which foot is her right foot? Because it looks like her right leg is in front and her left leg is behind her. But the toe of the foot that's in front, look at the shape of the shoe, it's on the opposite side. That's a left foot, not a right foot. It's a little bit hard to tell because the text blocking the waist, and I wonder if that was intentional to try to hide some of the more egregious, weird contortion stuff going on there. And then, like, yeah, the hands look a little bit weird. The hair and hairline looks very weird. And it seems like such a lazy thing to AI generate. Like, there's public domain photos of Japanese school kids running track that you could just take and literally do a Photoshop filter over it to make it look like a drawing. Or just do a digital paint over it. Or just use a stock image, like a stock photo, without any sort of real alteration. But yeah, I think some of these posters are AI generated assets. Bloody PE clothes with the like organs hanging on it. And all the writing, you can see there's like writing in the locker. All the writing that you see in this whole Sakugo section is all uragiri mono. It's all traitor. All the Japanese word for traitor. Because that's how Sakugo feels towards Hinako. Hinako basically promised that they would be friends together forever. Told Sakugo that they would, get boyfriends at the same time. That they wouldn't leave each other behind when it came to, like, becoming adults. Becoming more mature. And Sakugo was, somewhat of an outcast in the town. Didn't have a lot of other friends. So she feels very betrayed that Hinako is, like, getting married, moving on with her life without her. Hey! Salome! I saw that Salome followed while I was offline a few days ago. Yeah, shout outs. This is Salome Gunnarsdottir, the actress who portrays Mary and Maria in the Silent Hill 2 remake. For everybody here who is watching me, please go and follow Salome. She's been playing through the Silent Hill games. You've been really getting through these games too. You've already finished Silent Hill 2 Remake. I saw you finished Silent Hill 1, and now you're already on to Silent Hill 3. I was very excited when I saw that you followed. I was sharing it in our Discord community, like, Salome followed. How cool is that? And here you are raiding. Welcome, everybody. And Rachel, thank you for gifting a sub to Salome. Thank you, thank you. Let me also VIP really quickly. Salome something is a VIP of this channel. Very honored to have you here as our guest. Welcome, welcome everybody. Yeah, we've had quite a few people, like recently we've also had Hiroko Usuda, who is the environment artist for Silent Hill 3. Now that you're going through Silent Hill 3 yourself, Salome, the environment artist from Team Silent, Miss Usuda-san, she also streams on Twitch and does artwork and stuff, and she's a part of our community. So she's been coming in and watching us do these cam-hacked playthroughs of the Silent Hill games. So it's always really cool to have people who are involved with these games that I love so much
Did I scare you?
actually come by and like check out the streams. That's so cool. Welcome to our wonderful little Silent Hill fandom community here. What's her handle? Let me do a shout out for Hiro Usuda. That's her right there. You can click on the little heart in the top of chat, or click on the name there if you want to visit the page and follow that way. But that is Usuda-san's Twitch page if you want to watch a former member of Team Silent make artwork. And I love, she's got such a beautiful style and beautiful, beautiful artwork. But yeah, she was the environment artist for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4, Metal Gear Solid 3, and a lot of things for Konami. She's done artwork for like Magic the Gathering and a ton of stuff. But she's also a regular streamer on Twitch. Definitely worth checking out. Absolutely. Welcome everybody coming over with Salome. And Salome, thank you so much for the raid. As said, it is a real honor to see you here. I've been slowly catching up on your VODs of all of your playthroughs of the games. It's so interesting to see people involved with kind of the creation of these games, going through and playing them, and how you've been enjoying them and putting together the stories and interacting with our community, our fandom. Really, really cool. Been trying to do your research into who the lovely Silent Hill streamers are, but had to avoid your streams for spoiler reasons. Yes, that is the biggest thing to know. That is the biggest thing to know about me and what I do. So, I've been streaming on Twitch since 2011, and I've been focused on Silent Hill since 2015. So, what I do, and I've just been a fan of the series since the first game in 1999. Like, I've been playing the series for, it's about to be 27 years in February. So I'm a very, very diehard fan of the series, and I spend a lot of time doing research, interviews. For example, all of the behind the scenes interviews that you did, Salome, with Luke, for the Silent Hill transmissions and that are up on the official Silent Hill channel. I'm very familiar with all of that. I go out of my way to play these games very meticulously, read all of the lore, read all of the fan theories online, read all of the behind-the-scenes interviews from all of the developers, all of the actors, everything that I can possibly absorb. I try to be the walking, living encyclopedia for Silent Hill. And yeah, I said it's a huge honor to have you here, the lore keeper. But yeah, that's essentially what I do. I play through all the games in the series and do very, very in-depth, thorough explanations of the story, the lore, the development history, everything I possibly can. And yeah, for those of you who have not played Silent Hill F yet, I'm trying not to progress any further right now, so you have your chance. I don't take it personally if you want to leave the stream, if you don't want this game spoiled for you, if you don't want spoilers for the series, because we kind of discuss everything about the series and everything about Silent Hill F. And yeah, seeing how you've been enjoying going through the series, I imagine you'll probably tackle Silent Hill F at some point as well yourself. So don't worry about, bowing out. Yeah, don't pay attention to the torn up bunny costume and arm. Just, can I hide Hinako? We'll just turn the camera over here. We'll just come over here and look at this little fox. Pretend you didn't see anything. But this is also the playthrough. That was trippy. Yeah, so this is the playthrough. This is what we're in the middle of here, is a cam hacked playthrough. So I can separate the camera from the character and look at all the details in the environment up close. So we're going around looking at all of the posters, translating the Japanese, looking at all the little details in the character models, the creatures, the environments. We're breaking the camera out of bounds to look at the way that the game is put together so that we can see how the environments are built from like a development point of view. So we're covering absolutely everything that we possibly can using mods and cam hack tools. So if that's something that seems interesting to you and you're not too worried about Silent Hill F spoilers, welcome on in. And this is something, by the way, Salome, I've done this exact same playthrough on my Twitch channel, and it's archived on my YouTube channel as well. I've done this exact same cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake. So since you've already played through that, I've also done that for Silent Hill 3. Once you finish Silent Hill 3, if you're curious to check out what I cover in these types of playthroughs, all the details, all the little interesting things that you can only see through kind of breaking the game and hacking the camera. You can definitely go and check that out. And likewise, like I said, I've still got to catch up on a lot of your VODs. Because I'm very excited to see how you've been enjoying. I've gotten through most of your Silent Hill 2 playthrough. I still need to watch a lot of your Silent Hill 1 playthrough. And I'm very glad you're getting into Silent Hill 3 now. I love Silent Hill 3. But very cool to see you here. Thank you again so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Perfectly understandable. Thank you again so much, Salome. And yeah, anybody who came over with Salome, like I said, if you need to bow out, if you're worried about Silent Hill F spoilers, things like that. This is a very interesting game, and I highly recommend playing it for yourself. I don't take it personally at all if you want to avoid some spoilers. But for everyone else joining, welcome on in. Taking a look at these Silent Hill F creatures. We've already seen some of these up close in some other locations, but I still just like looking at the details of them. Also, I think I'm still missing a single Emma, a single upgrade in this game, and I think it's in this room. I think I have to come back to this locker room after dealing with Sakuko before I leave the area. But welcome on in, everybody. Thank you all so much, all the new follows. Remind me what the red charm Hinako gifted to her sister at the beginning. Hinako gives Junko a bell. It's a small charm with a bell on it. And yeah, you'll hear that bell actually whenever Junko is implied to be around. There's also a lot of bloody writing on the walls around this whole section sort of dedicated to Sakuko. And all of this says uragiri mono, the Japanese word for traitor. The way Sakuko views Hinako as a traitor. For sort of growing up and moving on in her life without her. I had to come back to say thank you to Rachel for the gift sub. Yeah, thank you, Rachel. Rachel's right behind me. That's my wife, by the way. But yeah, thank you, Rachel, for hooking Salome up with the gift sub. And again, Salome, thank you so much for the raid. Bringing this amazing community over to us. Yeah, just the word traitor over and over in blood. I think it's the only thing that's written trying to make sure I look at all of them just to see if there's anything different. At any point. But it looks like it's all the same, all the word. Just the word traitor over and over. What I don't get is why Junko helps Hinako at the start with the ladder, considering her stance later on is very much against that same Hinako being around. So I've got some ideas on that, because everything that we're seeing is essentially exaggerated versions of reality from Hinako's perspective. Hinako is trying to justify letting go of these people in her life, not just her friends, but also her family. So in order to justify that in her mind, she seems to exaggerate sort of the negative aspects of those characters. Like, Rinko probably was jealous of Hinako and Shu, but not to the point of like wanting to harm her or kill her the way it seems to be implied. That seems more like Hinako justifying in her mind, I'm getting married, I'm moving on with my life, I have to let these people go. And it's just sort of like her coping with that. She's like, well, exaggerate that negative aspect of this character. For Junko, we see flashbacks in the 4th New Game Plus ending run. What a lot of people kind of consider the true ending. We see flashbacks to Hinako and Junko when they were younger, in the Shimizu house. And Junko is much more supportive of Hinako, being herself, hanging on to her identity. And I feel like that is sort of more accurate to the real Junko. The Junko that we see is Hinako's exaggerated version of Junko after she's gone through with her marriage, where she is not the same person anymore. She's given up her identity. She's gone through with the wedding, and Hinako sort of views her as somebody who has become this new person. So that exaggerated version of Junko through Hinako's perception is the one who is like, just do what I did. Just go through with the wedding. Just give up on who you are. Give up on your sort of frivolous childhood, ideals. Become more mature like me. Get married like I did. So the Junko that we see is sort of that exaggerated version of Junko that's gone forward. Not necessarily how Junko in real life might actually feel about Hinako. She would the real Junko is most likely more supportive of Hinako, like being who she is. So I feel like the helping with the ladder is kind of more of that real Junko at the start, especially since we don't really see her. We hear the bell and we hear her voice, but we don't really see her. All the times where we see Junko, it's the one with the dead skin and the kappa mask, sort of implying the idea that that is this Junko who's already given in to what her parents expected of her, what society expects of her, the identity that she had to give up and become someone else. Sorry, let me catch up on chat right here. Anyone constantly hearing phone ringing in the ambience in Ebisugaoka? I mean, there are some ambient tones that are a bit strange. I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a ringing phone, but they do have that moment when you first enter the Shimizu house where you get the like Okamoto Fisheries call, which is a little bit of a nod towards her father's profession as a fisher, where he had a failed restaurant. It's the entire thing that put them into debt. The whole reason that Hinako is being put up for this arranged marriage is because Kotoyuki, the Fox Mask's family, the Tsuneki family, are very wealthy, very well off. So they're basically paying off the Shimizu family debt in exchange for Hinako. So the Okamoto Fisheries thing sort of ties into that. It's also a reference to the producer of the series, Motoi Okamoto. But yeah, Hinako having anxiety around the phone ringing or having sort of memories tied to that would be sort of manifesting into her version of reality, the way that she perceives reality, because essentially everything that you're seeing in this game is being projected from Hinako's mind. If you've ever played Silent Hill Shattered Memories, it's very, very similar to that game, where you almost never really see reality. Everything that you're experiencing and seeing is distorted through Hinako's mind. In Shattered Memories, it's Cheryl Mason who's seeing a therapist, and everything you're experiencing is all sort of happening in her mind. This game is very, very similar in that regard, where none of what you experience or see in the game is literal. It's all essentially metaphorical for things that are happening in reality. So things that Hinako is afraid of manifest in the form of the creatures, the way that she thinks her friends think about her, the way that she thinks Sakuko feels towards her is influencing the way we sort of perceive Sakuko right now. So there would be, potentially some phone ringing or sirens referencing the police or referencing the phone call from the fishery, references back to her father, things that invoke sort of bad memories, things that she doesn't like, things that she fears being projected into her version of reality. Are you just... Go ahead and get some sanity back. Yeah, we have the same little rabbit enclosure that was at Ebisugaoka Middle School. Again, rabbits are something intrinsically tied to Sakuko. And the middle school is like an important part of Hinako's memory, where she met a lot of her friends, where they first sort of became good friends. Some of them were earlier, like we see her and Shu much younger than middle school in their flashbacks, but it's these important parts of Hinako's past sort of manifesting themselves into the environment. But That's a lot of what we're looking at here. All of our bunnies. And we find notes about Sakuko taking care of the rabbits. She obviously has like an affinity for them. And this, by the way, the name of this rabbit is Urara-chan. That's what the writing says here. Urara-chan. Is it true to assume Hinako gets into Fox World when she's left alone by her friends? I think you're still looking at what's happening in the game much too literally, Barvik. She's not literally transporting into another world. Like, her friends are not necessarily there in reality. Like, this is all happening in her mind on or shortly before her wedding day. She's not actually walking around the town. Her and her friends are not actually students. They're all adults, which is another clue to everything that you're seeing not being real. They're all adults in their 20s. They're not students wearing school uniforms. They're not literally walking around the town fighting off monsters. The vast majority of what's happening in the game is not a reflection of what's actually happening. So this is all metaphorical for Hinako becoming an adult, getting married, and having to let go of her identity and her life, including the people in her life, her friends, and her family. And all of that is shown through Hinako killing her friends off in these sections, the Dark Shrine sections. She's not literally killing them. She's letting go of them. She's moving past them. I like how we have the same imagery here from the one of the first Dark Shrine puzzles, but everything is doubled up as well. The way Sakuko perceives wanting to be together with Hinako and feeling betrayed by her. And the idea that Hinako's not the only one. Like, Sakuko felt attached. And we also see Sakuko's like traditional Miko garbs, her clothing for working as a shrine maiden. Arvid's first choice. I'm glad you're enjoying it here. And as well as anybody who came over with Salome. I really appreciate everyone coming over and joining me for this. We do have a really chill community. Said we get into some discussions. We've got some strong opinions at times when it comes to the games and the lore and interpretations, but I never want to make people feel, you know, I hate the idea of like gatekeeping, especially for something like Silent Hill, which is already a fairly niche community. Like compared to a lot of other horror series out there, like Resident Evil is like 50 times bigger than Silent Hill. There's no point in like gatekeeping and arguing the way a lot of the Silent Hill fandom can kind of be. So I'm always for trying to share as much information as I can. A lot of interpretations and ideas that I have around the story comes from a lot of research and time spent. So if there's some sort of evidence or context that I can provide to help support certain ideas or theories or interpretations over others, then I try to provide that context. But I'm not going to be the person who just like completely shuts down, you know, another fan who's enjoying the game and interpreting it in a different way, especially a game like this, because Silent Hill F, so much of it is left open. In a lot of the original games, we have a lot more context, not just from the games themselves, for what's actually like happening over the course of the game, but also from the developers. We have a lot of commentary from the director of the original games, the different directors. We have commentary from other developers like Masahiro Ito, who was the lead artist for the first 3 games, who gives a lot of context and explanations for things in those. So my understanding of the games just comes from research, from playing the games a lot, from reading all of the notes and committing them to memory, and from reading all of the developer commentary. But like, yeah, with this game, there's not as much of that. There's not as much supplementary material to like confirm or deny aspects of the game. So there's a lot of open interpretation to like the vast majority of the story of this game. So it's fun to just theorize and discuss and share ideas. At the same time, just doing these types of playthroughs, going over everything, looking at all the little details, can provide a lot of new context that might shape your understanding or interpretations differently. The more time I spend with your analysis of F, the more I'm liking the game. From an artistic standpoint, I love this game. Like, the visuals, the sound design, the story, and the way that it's presented, those are all aspects of this game that are really, really incredibly well done, in my opinion. Like, every bit on the same level as even some of the original games. My biggest issues with Silent Hill F are mostly gameplay related. It's not the artistry of the game that I have any sort of issue with. It's not the creativeness of like the story or the narrative or the characters. It mostly comes down to gameplay, combat. I feel like some of the tone is not quite right. Things that are treated very, very seriously. And then the imagery of like the big monster arm. Things like that I think could have been a little bit different and still been very impactful, but kind of fit into Silent Hill a little bit better. And then in terms of tying this game to the overall Silent Hill series, I feel like some of the connections are a little bit too thin. We have references to White Claudia, we have references to Aglophilus, and we've got a lot of interesting parallels between Ebisugaoka and Silent Hill. But there's not a particularly strong connection to established Silent Hill lore. So to me, this game has a little bit of trouble fitting in as a Silent Hill game because of that. I think it does very well in terms of artistry, though. Like character designs, environments, story, creature designs, music and sound design and atmosphere. I think all of those aspects are very good. But some of the connections to the established series lore could have been a little bit stronger without even changing a whole lot. There could have been some stronger connections made. And some of the gameplay mechanics, because this is a very action-oriented game, there's a lot of emphasis on combat. So you would want that aspect of the game to sort of have more focus on its development. You would want the combat to feel very polished. And to me, the combat does not feel as polished as it should have been for how much combat you have to deal with and how much of it is unavoidable. So it's got some things that I don't quite like about it. But overall, this is still a great game, a very enjoyable game. Especially if you just sort of view it as a psychological horror action game, not necessarily a Silent Hill game. It holds up very, very well. Poor Sakuko in her cage, just like the rabbits. We see that repeated imagery of the rabbit cages just to act as a parallel to Sakuko feeling like a rabbit in a cage, sort of cut off from everyone else. Astora Souls. I'd kind of like for the Silent Hill 1 remake if the New Game Plus katana is the katana from this game to maybe tie in F a bit more. Because why did Harry ever get a katana to begin with? I mean, it was just a random house in Silent Hill 1 that just has a single room dedicated to being like a traditional Japanese style room. And I mean, for the time that game was made, obviously, it was done that way because the developers are Japanese. And they just wanted to include a fun little New Game Plus weapon, right? It wasn't meant to like make sense in context of a franchise, a series, because when Silent Hill 1 was made, it wasn't meant to be the first game in a series. It was created as a standalone game. It was successful, which is why sequels wound up being made. But Team Silent didn't make it with the intention of like connecting it that way. But that would be a fun way to like sort of bring things back full circle if we get the katana from this game as the katana in Silent Hill 1 remake. That would be a fun little nod. Leonard Wolf brings the katana back to Silent Hill after his mission. Yeah, that's one thing that I was talking about during a previous stream, as far as tying this game into established game lore. We find notes in this game about the missionary coming over from the west and bringing the White Claudia, which Shu's family recognizes the medicinal benefits of it, being, doctors and botanists. So that's why they have it growing around the lake next to their house. So it gives an interesting way to tie things in. But one thing that I had sort of proposed as far as like making this game tie into the series a little bit stronger would have been to make the character, that missionary who brought the flower in the first place to Japan, be somebody like Leonard Wolf, Claudia Wolf's father. How are we feeling about Walter Sullivan? Did the ARG for Silent Hill 2 Remake kind of go at hinting Walter's killings may still be happening? Or am I misremembering? What ARG? Did I miss something? There was the Historical Society. Was a Historical Society website alternate reality game. I can actually get you the link for it real quick. There you go. Just silenthill-historicalsociety.com. But yeah, that was an ARG that came out shortly before Silent Hill 2 Remake. Just as like a fun thing. I wouldn't take anything that's in the ARG too seriously as far as like trying to put into context Walter Sullivan and his killings. The ARG is just referential. It's almost entirely pure fan service. They just reference as many different sort of Silent Hill games and concepts and ideas as it can. It even references the arcade game, the Silent Hill arcade game. And like, trust me, I love the Silent Hill arcade game, but I don't think it's something to be considered in like the overall canon understanding of the series, let alone the ARG. It's just fun fan service stuff. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to level height, as if they were reflections in a mirror, as custom dictates. Our clue for how to rotate these, which you can kind of figure out what to do as you rotate these, because of that little mention of bringing them to the same height, where you're essentially just bringing these cages all at the same level. You can see that goes too far up, that goes back there, and then that goes back down. So now these are at the same level. So even if you're not sure what way to rotate these, you can just kind of pay attention to the cages to know how to switch them. One more cage back there that just needs to be up. Once they're all at the same level, then they open up. Need Guy Seehee to play Frank Sunderland? I would love if they brought Guy Seehee back to play Frank Sunderland if they ever do a Silent Hill 4 remake. I don't think it'll ever happen. I think there's too much bad blood between Guy Seehee and Konami at this point that I don't think they would necessarily work together anymore. Not even necessarily on like Konami's end. I think Guy Seehee himself wouldn't want to work with Konami like that again, but I would love that. That would be such perfect casting. It's a shame things kind of fell out the way they did between Guy Seehee and Konami. But hey, you can't really place the blame on any one side, because Konami did a lot of shitty things as a company. They did some not very good things, the way that their contracts were for their actors, and very little concern for their actors for subsequent re-releases and things. Konami kind of tried to shaft a lot of the people who worked with them and helped make their games a success. So Konami did some bad stuff, but Guy Seehee also had kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of the way residuals and royalties work for most voice actors. So he approached things in not the best way. And Guy Seehee also kind of went off the deep end. He's like a conspiracy theorist who thinks people were catching COVID from 6G phone connections and stuff like that. So, Guy Seehee's not like perfectly innocent in the situation either. There's some weird stuff on both sides. It was the 6G nub. Black Indie Dev, you say you're just kidding. You put JK lol. I legitimately have comments on my Silent Hill 2 Iceberg video where people are like, why is the Guy Seehee section in there? He was right. I'm like, are you kidding me? He tried to say AIDS wasn't real. He tried to say COVID was spreading through fucking internet connections. Like, people are like, why did you put that in the iceberg? That's the truth. That's not a conspiracy theory. Please. Please. Don't get me wrong, I love Guy Seehee as an actor. And even as a person, like, he's done a lot of nice stuff for the fandom. He used to do meet and greets with fans at pizza places and bowling alleys on his own dollar, out of his own pocket, you know, not like an official thing. Rachel, my wife, has actually met him and gotten stuff autographed. Sorry, Sakugo. Liked his interview playthrough with Fungo, but Fungo was constantly interrupting him. It annoyed me so bad I didn't watch it till the end. People give Fungo a hard time for that playthrough, but you guys gotta understand. So I know Fungo, like, I'm friends with Fungo. He's joined me on stream in the past for in-depth playthroughs and stuff many years ago. And when Fungo was talking to Guy Sihi about doing that playthrough, Guy Sihi only had a few hours. Like, he only had a very limited amount of time for them to do that playthrough. And I think it was like, he said he had like 2 hours, like maybe 2 to 2.5 hours max to get through all of Silent Hill 2 and try to talk about everything. There wasn't enough time. Fungo was doing his best to try to keep things moving so that he could actually finish the game and talk about Guy Sihi with as many of the major plot points as he could. And sometimes Guy Sihi would kind of go long on his explanations and descriptions of things, and it was just something that they should have split it up. They should have done multiple different days or tried to schedule a day where they had more time. But yeah, that was just kind of an unfortunate result of circumstances. Fungo is just trying to do his best to get through the game with Guy while Guy had the availability to be there. And considering how rushed it had to be, there was still a lot of great discussion, a lot of great insight from Guy Sihi. So I still love that playthrough. I think there's so many cool things to learn from it. Even if it had to be kind of rushed. Okay, so apparently there's a door. Oh, is that this door? Oh, it wasn't the Emma. It was an Omamori. This is one of the Omamori I was missing. The Bull. Greatly decrease stamina consumed by heavy and charged attacks. Because I'm still missing a couple of Omamori, and I need one more Emma. But yeah, this was one that I didn't ever go back in and get on my previous playthroughs. So now we got that one. That's one down. What price should someone pick this game up at? I mean, that entirely depends on you. I would say anytime you can get a game for less than full price, even games that are sort of worth it, quote unquote, worth it, try to get it at a discount. Considering how much I've played this game and enjoyed going through this game, like having it paying full price, anything like that it's not like regrettable. Sometimes I get a game at full price and I sort of regret it. I don't feel that way about this one. Even with my couple of negative things that I feel about it, I still mostly enjoy this game. Like, for me, this game is like a 7.5 out of 10. It's not like a masterpiece. It's not mind-blowing, but it's not bad. Not anywhere close to being bad. But yeah, if you do want to get this game at a discount, I do have my Fanatical link. It's, dare I say, good. It is pretty good. But yeah, I'm partnered with Fanatical. So if you plan on playing on Steam, you can use my link right there in chat to get a Steam key for a discounted rate. So if you get it through that, the standard edition is $51 and the digital version is $59, rather than paying 70 or 80. So you can use my link and get yourself a Steam key for a discount. Or you can always wait. The game will probably be on an even bigger discount by the time you get to like summer sales next year, if you're willing to wait that long. The main thing that loses me is the wolf arm. Yeah, the fox arm, I agree. I'm not a fan of the tone shift from the fog world of the game to the dark shrine of the game, and the focus on the action fox arm combat type stuff. I'm not a fan of that either. I understand what it's supposed to represent thematically, but I think there's better ways they could have conveyed that aspect of the character. Like that they tried something weird. I like that they were trying new things. I don't think all of the things they tried necessarily landed, but experimenting and doing something new is the only way that the series is going to evolve. And I would much rather see this series evolve than try to just do Silent Hill 2 over and over again, you know? I would much rather see the series evolve and grow into something different while still holding on to what makes Silent Hill Silent Hill. Because that's also a big thing that we've been discussing over these last few streams, where I think what a lot of people enjoy about this game has more to do with enjoying psychological horror in general rather than Silent Hill specifically. Because so many people are like, oh, the visuals and the monster design and the character having trauma that is represented in the creatures, all of these aspects are so good, how can you say it's not Silent Hill? My argument to that is all of those things are not what makes Silent Hill Silent Hill. All of those things are what make psychological horror. It's what defines the genre. But if you're looking at psychological horror as a genre, what makes Silent Hill a specific thing within psychological horror? What sets it apart from other psychological horror games? Because Silent Hill didn't invent fog, it didn't invent trauma, it didn't invent metaphorical creatures. Those are all just concepts that belong to the genre. The things that made Silent Hill unique within the genre are the setting, the town, the cult. Those are the things that set it apart from other psychological horror games. And those aspects are basically completely removed from this game. So somebody mentioned earlier about like people hating on this game for no reason. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say people are hating on it for no reason. I think people are hating on it for very understandable reasons. They're not reasons enough for me to hate it, and they're probably not reason enough for you to hate it if you're here watching. But for a lot of people, that complete disconnect from what made Silent Hill something so unique within the psychological horror genre are kind of removed. On its own, this is a very good psychological horror game. But as a Silent Hill game, utilizing those things that made Silent Hill unique among other psychological horror games, it doesn't have a lot going for it. But I do wish people were a little bit more open-minded towards it, because there are so many really good concepts and ideas and themes and moments in this game that a lot of people completely miss out on just because, like, it's set in Japan. And a lot of people just hate it for that, just because it's set in Japan. Like, it's also harder for a lot of people who don't have an understanding of Japanese language and culture to connect with this game. It's easier to connect with the original games if you are an English speaking American, because that's what those games were made for. Team Silent was tailor making, tailor custom crafting an experience that was designed for a Western audience. It was made by Japanese developers, but they were trying to make Western style horror, which is what made those original Silent Hill games so unique. It was a lot of Western horror ideas sort of through a Japanese lens, an outside perspective. So for this, it's kind of the other way around. We've got a lot of the fan base that only understands the American setting now, and moving it to Japan sort of violates a lot of their understanding of the series and takes away an aspect of the games that they really enjoyed, something that was familiar to them. Because, yeah, if you don't understand a lot of the language, if you don't understand a lot of the Japanese culture, there's a lot of the aspects of this game that just are not going to connect with you. So it's understandable why this game is so divisive. But I wish people were a little more willing to open up and attempt to learn more and kind of give it more of a fair chance. Take some time, look up some Japanese folklore, look up, kitsune and kyubi, and a little bit of the language, a little bit of the culture, understand a little bit more of what goes into this game. And I think you have a much greater appreciation for it. But not everybody wants that. Some people they don't want homework with their video games. They just want to turn their brain off and play a nice spooky game. And for a lot of people who don't want to put in that extra effort to like have that level of understanding, the game's going to fall flat for you. And that's fine. Like, it's not made for everybody. It's not going to hit for everyone. That's why, like, even though I like this game, I'm not going to be one of those people who like vehemently defends it against the haters. I completely understand where a lot of the hate comes from. I get it. Even if I don't agree with it, I understand it. I wonder if Shu is already in here, because we hear his voice. Oh, well, that answers that question. Nothing is rendered in here yet, except for some candles. To be honest, the game does explain a nice amount of the cultural stuff with the journal. Although there's a problem of people not wanting to bother reading. Exactly. Exactly. That goes back into what I was saying about people not wanting homework to go along with their game. They just want to play the game and enjoy it. Those a lot of times are the same people who are not going to really delve into reading every journal entry and reading all the notes and text. So I get that. I get that. Not everybody wants that experience when they're just trying to play a game.
相棒、お前の本当の選択を知りたい。
The one thing that I really think this game also could have benefited from, I wish there had been... There's a function in Chronos: The New Dawn where, if for anybody who played Chronos: The New Dawn, or if you don't know, it's made by Bloober Team, the same developers who made Silent Hill 2 remake, and they're based out of Poland. So a lot of the text in the environment and a lot of the culture of what's going on in that game is very unique to Poland for that time period that they're kind of going after. Poland in the 80s. So one of the things that Chronos did very well was having context for what that was like for Polish people through the notes and through the memos and through the stuff that you find. And then there was also, anytime there was writing in the environment, whether it was graffiti or signs or anything that you would look at, if you pointed your camera at any of the Polish text, it would translate it to English. You would get English subtitles for what you're looking at. This game could have very strongly benefited from that. A little bit more context for some of the Japanese culture and some of the language barrier stuff to help bridge that gap of understanding without forcing people to like pull up a translator or Google stuff. It gives you a nice, more in-universe, in-game way of explaining things and giving context for things. So I think this game could have really benefited from something like that. I think a lot of people would have not been as quite so harsh on it if they were just able to understand it a little bit better, a little bit easier. No, in the Notebook too, Hinako mentions about the Obon Festival lantern being something older women in unlucky years put outside their homes. I like then if you interact with the lantern, Hinako says something like, "It's a bit early for this." I took that as Hinako referencing how she's still young and not having to worry about her older years and being alone, tying the theme to marriage. Yeah, exactly. But that's a perfect example where if you don't really understand Japanese culture, if you don't know what the Obon festival is, you know, if you don't know what the meaning behind a lot of those things actually is, it can be hard to make that connection, because there are so many thematic elements that are kind of lost in translation. Just like that. An index built into the game would have been cool, and it would have been something very easily added as part of the journal. The journal already does such a good job with a lot of that contextualizing, but yeah, some type of index, as well as something to kind of help translate some more of the aspects of the game. I think if the journal had been fleshed out a little bit more, it wouldn't have solved the problem completely, because again, you're always going to have people who don't bother reading that kind of stuff, but for a lot of people who are willing to at least look at in-game materials, like the journal, it would give a little bit better context for a lot of what's going on and what the symbolism behind things that are more uniquely kind of Japanese. I just wish they gave us a Mira costume. We got Robbie, why not Mira? Even Robbie is kind of a strange choice, considering how they tie the rabbit imagery to Sakuko. I feel like it's a little bit inappropriate for Hinako. Like, it doesn't quite work. I get that it's just kind of a fan servicey reference thing, but she should have had like a bird costume, or I don't know, something more in line with her own character. A Mira costume would have been fun too. Especially since we do see Mira in the UFO ending. So that would still fit in that sort of fan servicey type of thing. Who is Mira? Mira is the dog from the Silent Hill 2 dog ending, joke ending. The Shiba Inu. Yeah, the art book also had a fourth costume of her in her track and field, like, PE outfit that was not used for the final game. This music cue was used in Silent Hill 4? Not exactly, but a very similar one. It's not the exact same sample. I know the one you're talking about too, Terry. That's just like tradition at this point, to try to utilize things that invoke the sound and feeling of a lot of the previous games. Even though these tracks are not done by Akira Yamaoka. All the music that you hear during the Dark Shrine was all composed by Kensuke Inage. Pregnancy monster, yep. Very, very clear what the symbolism of this creature is. Hinako doesn't just want to be a mother. She doesn't want to just be seen as a birthing tool, which is represented through the design of this creature. Really great creature design. Pain in the ass to actually fight. This is where like some more polished combat mechanics, more polished enemy mechanics, I think would have helped a lot. And there's too many instances of forced combat where you have to fight these things to progress. But it definitely coincides with the fear of like becoming a mother, becoming sort of just a brood mother. And there's another aspect to it as well. The mother is not supporting herself. She is on the back of the father. You ever notice this underside of it? Yeah, exactly. Harvard's first choice. That's exactly the symbolism I wanted to draw attention to. The fact that it's not just a mother. It's the fact that it's a mother being supported on the back of a man, on the back of a father. Yeah, very similar to the Siam in Homecoming. A lot of similar imagery. Similar meaning as well. Al, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. And then these annoying little egg sacs. Yeah, the eggs have weird little limbs. Somewhat of a undeveloped, prematurely developed fetus. Kind of inherently into its design. I just realized, because I'm playing on keyboard and mouse for the first time for the sake of the cam hack mod, I don't know how to activate beast mode. I don't know what the controls are. Because on a controller, it's just both of the analog sticks. But, I'm not sure. T for special action? Ah, that's it. That's a weird button. This game's default keybinds are very strange to me. Suppose there won't be much new Japanese coming up now. Most will be repeated things. Yeah, so far there were some books and magazines. There were things in Rinko's room that we've already taken a look at and translated. But yeah, at this point, I think we've probably seen most of the signs, books, bloody writing. At least for anything that's actually, like, legible. Because there's, like, little tags like these on the drawers for all of these medicine cabinets, all the herb cabinets, but a lot of them, I think, are a little too blurry to read. Yeah, the vine boom sound effect. There's a lot of stock sound effects used in this game. There's a vine boom sound effect that's very recognizable. There is the pottery break sound that I recognize from the Kurleneskar from Star Trek The Next Generation. So there's a lot of stock sounds in this game. Another similarity to Silent Hill 4. The overuse of stock sounds without really altering them. They're just sort of dropped in, so they're very recognizable. Silent Hill 4 did a lot of that as well. Was Silent Hill 4's burp a stock sound? Absolutely. Of course it was. And I've heard it in other things. I've heard it in cartoons and other things, other media. Same thing for like the monkey noises that the gum heads in Silent Hill 4. There's a lot of old cartoons and TV shows, like it's in Power Rangers. The gumhead monkey noises are in Power Rangers. So, it's always kind of funny hearing the stock sounds, hearing the recognizable sound. There's nothing wrong with using stock noises, but I feel like if you took the time to just alter it, slightly pitch shift it, slightly distort it, just do something so that it's not like immediately recognizable, that helps a lot more. Because there's a lot of stock sounds used in the original games, but you don't really pick up on them as being stock sounds because they're like mixed and distorted in a different way. It keeps them from being just immediately recognizable.
俺はお前にいいんだ。きなこの好きなようにして。俺は相棒の選択なら受け入れるぜ。
Thought a Space Wars costume was gonna be unlockable. Maybe DLC. Maybe we'll get some DLC for this game. I feel like this game could benefit from some DLC. Some new unlockables. Maybe a little sub-scenario. The Silent Hill F sub scenario where you play as Kotoyuki. Let me play as Fox Mask, where I can just use my jutsu and cast out all of the enemies the way he does with Sakuko after the Priestess Sakuko fight.
こんな姿をお見せして
Use his Foxman magic to fight things and cast them out.
むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。
And I still would like to see, yeah, some reality. I would like to see Hinako as an adult in her dress, Kotoyuki as an adult in his, wedding outfit. See them in the context of the actual real life wedding.
行こ
Would be really cool to see. Love that the mask is pink. Yeah. I'm glad that they changed little details like that with the bunny costume. They also give her the blood smear on her mouth to be like the Robbie mascot in Silent Hill 3.
シュウリンコ
To the school. The gate's now open. A lot of this rendered in too. Find it weird that her uniform lost a sleeve just from being pushed downstairs? Again, none of this is actually reflective of reality. She's not actually a teenager wearing a uniform, wearing a school uniform.
シュウ
Her friends are not actually here. She's not actually being pushed down the stairs. None of that is actually happening. If we got anything for Silent Hill 2 Remake, would love that costume and classic Maria outfit. Yeah, I'm still surprised that they would go through the trouble of putting the classic Maria outfit in the game and literally having Maria hold it up
私を追ってる
and not have it as an unlockable.
二
Like,
人も
it's right there.
あいつから逃げたの
It's
かも
right there. You've already made it. It's in the game. How is it not something that you can unlock and actually have her wear? I can understand stuff like Born from a Wish not being there because that's a lot more extra effort and a lot more things that they have to go out of their way to make. But not including a costume that's literally in the game is very strange. It seems like such a waste to just have it as that little Easter egg moment.
やむを得ず私を置いてったんだ
You know, even if Born from a Wish doesn't happen for Silent Hill 2 Remake, I'm also kind of the mind that leaving that content out is also going to be a motivator for a lot of people who would not otherwise play the original game to go and play it. Because I do think that a lot of people who played and enjoyed the remake who have not played the original need to do so. Like, really should do so. And there are lots of instances that I've seen of people going out of their way to get the original Silent Hill 2, whether they emulate it or get something like the Enhanced Edition. I've seen that there are a lot of people who went out of their way to go and play the OG after the remake, just for Born from a Wish. So even if it doesn't happen for Silent Hill 2 Remake, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Because it serves as motivation for a lot of people to play the OG. Hey, I wanted to get a look at this guy. Because you can see him from down there, and you can hear him when you get to this area. But you don't get to see him super clearly. Apparently he's clipped into some rocks up here. It's clear for me they didn't want to double down on a sexualized female character, unfortunately. I disagree. I think Maria as a sexualized character is entirely part of her character. Like, and Bloober's aware of that. It is an aspect of Maria. She's supposed to be a sexualized version of Mary, an idealized version of Mary. And Bloober's well aware of that. I don't think that's the reason. There's too much else that Bloober was aware of in terms of the characterizations that they wouldn't overlook that or misunderstand it. There he goes. Once you start walking up here. Whoa. Whoa. It slid off into the mountain and then disappeared. The outfit was more nostalgia for that time period as well. I mean, it's Christina Aguilera's 1999 Teen Choice Awards. But regardless of where the outfit came from, like, for fans, it was something that was iconic to the character. And again, it just seems like such a waste to go through the bother and trouble of creating the outfit in game, like making it an Easter egg at all. Like, if the intention was to just completely forget about that aspect of Maria's design and character, the fan service Easter egg of having it in the closet wouldn't have been there at all. There would have just been no reference to it. Yeah, PC mods to the rescue. Because there are mods for the Silent Hill 2 remake for James's original jacket design with all the patches and stuff on it. There's mods to add Maria's original outfit. There's mods for this game. Modders have made her track and field outfit from the art book and modded that into the game, so you're always going to have the PC version with mods. There's a body that gets taken when you walk away. Can we try to see it get taken? Only happens when you aren't looking. If it only happens when you aren't looking, it might be based on your camera perspective. And we've already seen other instances where even if I separate the camera and free cam, the game is still tracking where the camera is and what the camera's looking at. Like the scarecrow, the disappearing and reappearing scarecrow around the town once you start getting to the rice fields. Even with the cam hack, we can't see the scarecrow like appear and disappear because the game is still tracking that the camera's looking at it. Pause the animation though because you can hear it. So I'm dealing with a really nasty headache, so I don't even have headphones on. I don't have very much game audio, so I'm not sure exactly what point this is that you're talking about. You can hear creature sounds. This guy. It's after you see the axe in the tree and turn right to a dead end. I will try. But I already just missed this thing and where it runs off to, so obviously I'm not perfect. Doing my best, but even with the cam hack and the mod and everything, we're going to miss stuff. It's going to happen. translator. My translator is just saying Sugigo. Cedar Town? Cedar Town would make sense, since this is the area leading up to the 1,000-year-old cedar tree that first character Cedar, second is hometown. Gotcha. So yeah, this is the home of the cedar, the home of the 1,000-year cedar that Ebisugaoka's inhabitants all worshipped before Oinari-sama. I tried to dodge. I was too slow. It's an old way to write town. I mean, this is supposed to be sort of the forgotten previous era for Ebisugaoka. Like, nobody comes out to the cedar anymore. Everybody worships Oinari-sama. They have all the little shrines in town. So it makes sense that things out here are going to seem older, have an older way of writing compared to things in town. I mean, okay, I'm just seeing some of the discussion around Salome's streams and people and stuff. Like, you gotta understand, and Salome, she's a professional actress. She's probably had to deal with much worse criticism that a bunch of video game nerds are throwing her way. Dealing with, like, big movie productions and people's criticizing her characters that she's portrayed in movies and everything else. And as somebody who's, like, streamed for a long time, it's something that you just learn to accept. Like, there's always going to be people who don't like what you do, who are negative about it. Whether it's in chat or in YouTube comments. She's an adult. She knows better than to put too much mental energy into worrying about that kind of stuff. There's a lot of people who think we care what they have to say. Welcome to the internet. Where have you been? It's been that way for a long time. That's just the internet in a nutshell. Everybody sharing their opinions, whether somebody asked for it or not.
相棒法ってどこ行ったの？シュ
As I said, there's no reason to pay it any mind. If you're old enough, if you've been around the internet, if you're in any sort of, especially if you're in a profession where you have to put yourself out to public opinion, if you're an actor or an actress, a voice actor, motion capture, a streamer, a YouTuber, anything where you're putting yourself out there for criticism, you're going to have to deal with negative criticism. Anybody who's done it for any significant amount of time, like a professional like Salome, like, you're not going to give two shits about what some neckbeard says in your YouTube comments. Like, you just don't care. You know? This. You literally pissed off the Sonic voice actor? You said Steve Urkel was the best Sonic and he read it on social media and got mad? Oh my god, you mean Ben Schwartz? Are you talking about Ben? You don't know his name. See? You're the problem. You're arguing and pissing off these people. You don't even know their name. So why should anybody care? Picking fights with actors you don't even know. Can't you just vibe? Can't we just hang upside down and writhe in some trees? With our tum-tums hanging out? Should be more like this guy. The animation just changed. Because at some point he's gonna... Yep, there he goes. He flips off into the abyss. He just clips right through the rock. Go underwater. Actually is a bottom. You missed the area I mentioned, went past the axe a while back. I told you we were gonna miss stuff. I warned you, man. How did I miss it? How is, like, there's one pathway. Where is there even like a branch? Where's there even somewhere else to go? Are you sure? I didn't think we even got to that point with the axe in the tree. Oh, this body. This one. No. As soon as you hear the sound effect, it's just gone. Which I kind of figured would be the case. If it's happening off camera, only when you don't look at it, then there's almost never an animation tied to it. Yeah, exactly. That's just extra time and effort for something that the player's not going to see. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of a cam hack, because sometimes there are elements. Sometimes there are things that are... Oh yeah, there's the axe. The Sakuko dance in particular, yeah, stuff like that's interesting. But it's still something that the player is meant to see. The cam hack just shows how they achieve the visual effect. Because there's other points in this game where you'll see like a shadow move, and they use like a dummy model and a light source just to create the shadow, rather than having the actual character model or something there. Whereas with the Sakuko one, they actually just use the character model to create the silhouette. One of those things where there's a lot of different methods to achieve the same effect. And it's cool using the cam hack to sort of see what method the devs used. Lots of smoke and mirrors to do things. It's rarely proper behind the scenes, but the times where things do function the way that you expect them to is also surprising. If you have any sort of understanding of game development, the way things are usually done to create an effect in a game. Because yeah, things are almost never done exactly the way that you perceive them. They're done in a way that is going to be resource, like you need to, try to save resources. Try not to have too many things eating up like limited memory for the game. Because you have to keep optimization and things like that in check as well. But like Silent Hill 2 Remake, when we did the cam hack in Brookhaven Hospital, the elevator works. Like the elevator actually functions. And that's one of the most common things. Did I just teleport out into the water? No. Sorry, my camera kind of flicked around there. But yeah, elevators in video games almost never work the way you would think they do, where they physically move and move the character model. It's almost always easier to do an elevator where you're just teleporting the character to a new location and using the inside of the elevator to mask changing the environment around you. But in Silent Hill 2 Remake, when you're using the elevators in Brookhaven, it's physically moving. Your character, like James, is on the elevator and the elevator's actually moving between floors. And the game is rendering in the details from each floor as you actually arrive on what floor you're going to. Which is impressive, because again, games almost never do that. Elevators almost never work that way in the majority of games. Pull up on toolkits, so let me repair stuff. And just get this back up to full. I really like this section of the game. Just visually, I really like the woods and the side of the mountain here. Another part of why I like the cam hack, even if we're not necessarily finding Easter eggs or out of bounds secrets or anything like that, just being able to use this as kind of like a photo mode, since this game doesn't have like a native photo mode built in. There's a lot of just really nice looking environments and scenery. Like the storytelling with the enemies in the section, the dog-like male enemy stalks you until you find the shed with the dead enemies and the creepy note, and then he attacks. Yeah, the implication of men targeting women for implied violent and sexual crimes, all being told just through that one creepy note. And the presence of this thing like stalking you, the different moments where you can hear it. I think that was another moment right there. I heard it jump away. This was a New Game Plus only thing. The shed? Yeah. The shed with the dead bodies is New Game Plus only. On New Game, that shed is closed up with no way in. You still have the enemy like stalking you, but you can't go into the actual shed with the note. Now we're on the other side of this little broken bridge area. See More of the details of the stone bridge actually collapsed here. Almost like a landslide, little miniature landslide with all the trees and stuff knocked down here too. A little Inari shrine. Damn. One shot. I know. I'm trying not to just complain about wall hits. I've already spent my first 5 playthroughs complaining about him. You already know how I feel about it. That's not the purpose of a cam act. Try not to get too hung up on those things. Yeah, I kind of regret not playing my first time on story mode. Just to get used to the mechanics. And the game seems like it was designed that way. It was designed around and balanced around not going into hard mode until you've already got some stat upgrades and some omamori. Do not enter is the red text on the right. Not sure about the text on the left. Yeah, entry prohibited. Left text is too smudgy. Hey, Fifi42. Thank you. That on it legitimately that means a lot to hear. Especially today. Recently I've been kind of dealing with the reality that I've been dedicating the last 11 years of my life to streaming and making videos around Silent Hill and struggling to get by. To the point where I'm kind of considering retiring soon. And you guys have really helped. It helps a lot knowing how many people enjoy what I do. If I'm your favorite Silent Hill streamer or YouTuber or anything like that. Seriously means a lot to me. So thank you. Yeah, Ebisugaoka. Rest is too blurry. Ezio, welcome back. Thank you so much. Appreciate the resub. The kind words. Hey, it's all good, Astora Souls. Like I said, it's difficult when struggling with the reality of it. Because, like, I try to do this for a living. And I've been trying to make this, like, this has been my primary source of income, streaming on Twitch and making videos on YouTube around the Silent Hill series. January, when we get to January, it'll officially be 11 years. So we're just a couple months away. And, you know, I don't have a very big subscriber count. I don't have a very big follower count. In terms of income, I usually make around like $1,000 a month, if that. So it's a struggle. It's a struggle to keep going, to keep putting so much effort, more effort into this, more hours per week than you would put into like a full-time job between editing and research and streams and everything, just to barely be able to scrape by for, you know, not a lot to show. And it makes me feel very good to see people say that they enjoy what I do. Makes it feel like it's worth it. Even if I'm not the biggest, you know, Silent Hill creator or the best out there. That people still appreciate what I do means a lot to me. But yeah, it is also, it's hard. It's hard to justify, like, how much longer can I keep doing this when, you know, I could be flipping burgers at McDonald's and it wouldn't be very fulfilling, but it would pay the bills a lot better. And it's even more frustrating when I see the channels out there that really are bigger in terms of, like, especially on YouTube. There's so many things where it's like AI clearly writes their scripts and does their thumbnails, and sometimes the narration is just straight up an AI voiceover, and it's like, it's so low effort. And the channels are like 100 times bigger than mine. I'm just like, what am I doing, man? What am I doing wrong? So, I've been struggling with that a lot lately, just to be open and honest about it. It's been dealing with some depression. But all you guys being here, people like Salome coming in and raiding and being aware of who I am, like people who are involved with these games knowing who I am and finding me and bringing their communities here. People just coming by and saying that they enjoy what I do. You gotta understand that.
Here, why don't you take it?
That means the world to me. It means everything to me. Just, it makes it feel like it's worth it, you know? Necromancer, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Doing It Right. And Iriajith, thank you so much for that brand new sub. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Another day Another day I can keep going, keep doing this. It's hard sometimes, especially after this past year. I've missed out on so much because of my health. I had months where I wasn't able to stream or work on anything. And it's been hard. It's been hard. I've accumulated a lot of medical debt. And I kept telling myself, like, oh, we've got all these new Silent Hill games, the channel's gonna blow up, like, things are gonna pop off, and I'll be fine. And that just hasn't been the case, you know? We've got our community, we've got our small niche community, and I appreciate everyone's love and support to, like, keep this going as much as we can. Because I'm gonna definitely keep going with this as much as I possibly can. But yeah, it gets hard. It gets hard to think about the reality of the situation sometimes. And it's hard not to just put that blame on myself. To just think like I should be doing more, I should be doing better, and I'm not. Random Ivy, thank you for the resub. To a real one. My only regret is that I didn't find your channel sooner. And I don't know how that happened, but I love this place. Thank you, Random Ivy. And Astora Souls, thank you for the bits and the big Mira. Big dog. Thank you, big dog. Time to harvest the face trees. I don't know if it's an intentional reference, but this potentially is a very obscure Silent Hill reference. How many of you are familiar with Silent Hill Orphan? It was a series of mobile Silent Hill games for cell phones way back in the day. Immediately, Oleander's like, what? Jado Kingo's like, no. Yeah. So Silent Hill Orphan. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, they're basically like point and click games for cell phones. But when I say cell phones, I mean like Silent Hill Orphan came out in 2007. We're talking like older, very basic cell phones. Oh my god, yes. We actually have a screen grab of it. So here is a screenshot from Silent Hill Orphan, the Silent Hill cell phone point and click game. From 2007. A frightening tree with fruits that wear the faces of children. It's a tree with faces in it. It's probably coincidental, but if it is like an intentional reference, what a deep cut. Just a very interesting comparison. First time I saw that, I was like, that a Silent Hill Orphan reference of all things? Like, come on. How many other Silent Hill content creators out there are going to make that connection? I don't see Ragnaroks or Gaming Muse talking about the Silent Hill Orphan references in Silent Hill F. No hate on them, by the way. I love their stuff. But just in terms of channels that are bigger, more well known than mine. At least on YouTube. I don't know why I'm being stingy with supplies. We still have more stuff than we could even carry. Nub could be Jinmenju tree in both cases. Jinmenju tree. I'm not familiar with that one as much. A type of yokai. Commonly depicted as a tree bearing flowers that resemble human heads. That's the more likely. Yeah, that's the more likely explanation. Is that both games were just drawing on pre-existing Japanese folklore. That definitely makes much more sense. Rather than one being a reference to the other.
Shu, Rinko.
But thank you for that, Jado Kingu. I appreciate the insight on that. Can't stand the ones that do Silent Hill Story Explained with a 3-hour-long video, and it's just narrating the events of a normal playthrough. I'm always surprised when I see the videos that are like, you know, Silent Hill 3 Explained, and it's like a 20-minute video or something, and I'm like, there's 0% chance that you cover the story in any meaningful way in like 20 minutes. Like, there's no way to summarize all of the important elements that quickly. Picking up the key spawns this guy in. Oh, for sure. I on the opposite of that, you also don't need like 18 hours to explain Silent Hill games the way my like story playthroughs are. A lot of that could definitely be summarized and cut down, but anything that's like less than an hour or two, I'm like, that's not going to be a very worthwhile summary of events. You're only going to be tackling some real surface level stuff with a video of that length. And yeah, a lot of times it is just kind of basic narration of someone just playing the game and talking about what's literally happening without any sort of insight or interpretation or citations for developers' intentions behind the meanings of things. Like, so many of those elements are important and usually not very commonly utilized in a lot of those videos. I even pulled up, there was another video on YouTube the other day where somebody was like, I'm comparing every version of every Silent Hill game ever released. And it's like just the console games, just the North American releases. I'm like, that's not even close to everything that's out there. That's not even remotely close to everything out there. But again, these are channels that are bigger than mine. They're more successful than me, so being thorough and accurate as possible, based on my experience, is not how you get big. You have to exploit the system. You have to have catchy thumbnails. You have to have videos that fit a certain length so that they work into YouTube's algorithm so that more people see it. If you don't sort of play by the rules of the platforms, your stuff just doesn't get seen. That's my experience. I spend a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of research to be as thorough and include as many sources, interpretations, explanations for everything in the series. But that just isn't what counts anymore. Not in terms of finding success on Twitch or YouTube. And on Twitch, it's more about, like, you gotta... Twitch, it's different from YouTube. YouTube, you gotta play to the algorithm. Things have to fit into a certain time slot. Things have to have a certain appeal from the thumbnail. You have to avoid talking about certain subjects, because if you're trying to talk about everything in Silent Hill 2 and you try to talk about the subject of Angela being raped, like, oh, I just used the R word, suddenly my video is not being shown to 90% of YouTube. You know, you have to play by those rules. Even though these are mature games made for adult audiences, I'm an adult telling other adults about it. Like, there shouldn't be restrictions on that. But that's just the way the platform works. And on Twitch, if you're on Twitch and you don't have a super over-the-top personality or a pretty face and a webcam, you're not going to get very far either. It's very difficult. So I don't really play the game on Twitch. I don't really play the game on YouTube. I just try to be myself and be thorough. And I said, effort only gets you so far in these environments, unfortunately. Oh, I'm actually dead. I didn't manage my stamina. Did you ever consider making an avatar and doing VTube style? It's not a skill that I have, and it's very expensive. Have you ever looked at how much it costs to commission an original VTuber avatar? It's the same reason I can't afford an editor to, like, condense down my videos into more, like, digestible chunks. So, I mean, it's something that I've considered, but it's just not... It's not feasible for me. Like, if I was successful enough to afford those things, then I wouldn't need them in the first place. I'm sorry. My mind is elsewhere. I keep going the wrong way. Hinako. Now is not the time. Too much going on. Sorry, I wanted to see... The fog monster has to open the gate. it's made of fog, but it can't just pass through the chain link fence. It has to open the gate to chase us. It's so funny. Why do her hands look like hooves? I think you're seeing the sleeve. Like, the wide part is the sleeve, and then there's like a more normal... It's not really a normal hand, because it's like a big monster fox arm. Because this is the Shiromuku, the bride Hinako. But yeah, if you're just looking at the large sleeves, it's kind of like a big hoof. Oh yeah, a little better look at the first aid kits. I don't think we actually looked at these in more detail. Emergency medicine. Excellent medical products. Oh, I hit the wrong button. She just very slow during this part. Ugh. Good shot there of the Araabare. With the organ entrails like hanging out of its mouth. It's supposed to be its tongue. Big Chungus. His normal human feet down here. Yeah, Stora Souls. That's a consistent bug. And it's definitely a bug. It's not, like, intentional. We used the cam hack to see, and it is just Shu's model from the previous scene, the cutscene before the Scarecrow puzzle starts. Shu stops in that location, and then you go through the puzzle, and then you get to the scene of going into Rinko's house. And they just didn't remove Shu's previous model from that point that he was at. So that's why you can see one off in the fog on the other side of the field, and then the Shu that's next to you, next to Rinko's house. But it doesn't seem like it's intentional. It seems like they just forgot to remove his model from that point. See, this pathway would have been much shorter. That's why they have it all closed off. Oh, you can actually kind of see a little bit more of the Shiromuku here. Absolute Yamaoka banger. Oh yeah, I love this. This is a very like Silent Hill 1 sounding Yamaoka track too. that real heavy industrial drum. It just sounds like metal clanking in the background. But then we're fine once we make it to... I guess this is sort of like the sacred ground for the 1,000-year-old cedar. Like it's not able to pursue any further. That stuff from before. And everything here just kind of goes away. But it is all blocked off. So this is where we went through the gate. And now we're right here. Imagine if we could have just crawled under these little barricades. Avoid running all the way around. I just wanted to look at this kind of area a little bit more before we move past it, now that it's all blocked off. Because I'm always curious how environments change after you've kind of been railroaded away from them. They don't expect the player to be able to go back. Climb the school gate fence? Nah, totally impossible. Yeah, we have to go and find the key for this fence next to the school. This 4-foot tall fence. There's no way for us to possibly climb over it. Hey, the video game has to happen, you know? Anytime we try to bring up logic like that, I always hear DJ Bobby Ricks from Silent Hill Downpour in my brain saying, there's rules you gotta follow. You know what I mean? Need to dissect whatever the hell's going on with Ricks. It's driving me up the wall. Yeah, there's more... You get more context for DJ Bobby Ricks and his past. And his relation with the town. Sort of what he did to be there. and how long he's been there. You kind of get more context in the Anne story comic book. Which I'm not even a fan of Downpour, but the Anne story comic is actually pretty good. I like the comic more than the game. And there's a lot of things that are in the comic that really should have been in the game. Would have made the context of Downpour as an experience a lot better. Often joke to my friends about Ito not being involved with Silent Hill F because Konami knows he plans to kill off Pyramid Head on the next new Silent Hill entry he can. I mean, he said he's openly stated on Twitter that's what he wants to do. It's like, if I was ever given the choice, I would just kill off Pyramid Head in a new Silent Hill game. Just to definitively be done with that creature. Because Ito really hates that Pyramid Head kind of became the face of the series. He's frustrated that it lost a lot of its intended meaning just by becoming popular and overused for things other than James, for characters other than James and settings other than Silent Hill 2. Many years after movie and Homecoming? I don't know. Hold on. Because when was his I fucking hate Pyramid Head tweet? Because that was not that long ago. That was a few years ago. That was only 2022. That was February 2022. It wasn't that long ago. Masahiro Ito tweeted out, "I wish I hadn't designed fucking Pyramid Head." He's probably not as public about that feeling now, because he's actually been contracted with Konami. He worked on the remake with Bloober Team. He's probably working with them again for Silent Hill 1 remake. So, like, he's not a direct employee of Konami, but he's getting paid because of Konami again. So he's probably got to be more conservative about what he tweets, what he says in those regarding those kind of things. I don't think he necessarily feels better about it, but he's accepted, like, it's a paycheck. He's got to suck it up so he can collect his check. Let's get a nice big look at the 1,000-year-old cedar. I love seeing the, like, burned split where the lightning struck it. Although Hinako describes people not coming here anymore after the fire, presumably the fire of this being struck and burning, which would have been the start of Inari's worship, people worshipping the Oinari-sama. Sort of casting off, like, the old beliefs. You'd think there'd be more evidence of fire damage. Like, we have a few other little missing trees and stuff here, but it would have been a nice environmental detail to kind of have more evidence of this, like, real serious fire. At the very least, like, directly around the tree, even if not all the way to, like, the temple and stuff, or the shrine. Of our little Jizo statues with their broken heads. All right, here we go. Here's the POV shot. POV. You are the bolt of lightning that destroyed the 1,000-year-old cedar. I'm always surprised how much more is rendered outside of where you can explore. Here's Shu's house. Before we get to it, before everything is rendered around here, you can see the white Claudia blossoms in the lake. Wonder if Shu's house has anything inside of it. Most of the time, the houses don't have anything rendered inside. You can see some of the notes. Key. All these things are still there. All the capsules.
ここに繋がってたんだ。
Get that little sound of the bell. implying Junko's presence. Because we are going to have a little scene, a little sequence here with Junko.
シュ相棒私だ
But one of those little audio things. Hinako gave Junko the charm with the bell on it. You can usually hear that particular chime, sound of that bell, whenever you're about to get a scene with Junko. Now we have the Higambana growing all over. And up on the roof in places where you wouldn't normally be able to see. And it looks like it's kind of mixed with White Claudia. How they mix the different flower types. And we get that creepy audio tone. Once you actually approach the lake, get near all the White Claudia flowers. White Claudia is the real tie between F and other Silent Hills? I mean, nobody's denying that. The White Claudia and the Aglophitous are basically the only real ties between Silent Hill F and pre-established Silent Hill game lore. It's essentially just these two things, just the White Claudia and just the Aglophitous. What does Junko's mask depict? A yokai? For sure, a yokai. When I first saw it, I just assumed, like a lot of people, that it was an owl because of the beak and the head shape. But looking at it more closely, it looks like either a kappa or a tengu. Depending on the actual art that you're comparing it to, like traditional Japanese artwork, it can be somewhat similar to either. Yeah, Karasu Tengu makes sense. Kappa wouldn't be out of the question either. Something just kind of similar, another Japanese sort of spiritual, folklorish creature, similar to a kitsune. I love this music track. This is one of my favorite tracks in the game.
けで頑張るよ。
And again, the context of Hinako saying that stuff, like the context of her getting married and having to sort of say goodbye to Shu, and you can see how much that like hurts her to do. And of course the UFO keychain on the keys to Shu's house. Key to Shu's house, stained with dirt from Shu's long days of growing herbs. And then after this, all the red pills are gone.
とりあえず家の中で2人を待つか。
Having to say goodbye to your lifelong best friend to be someone else's wife. Yeah, that is very painful. And I feel like so much of that is so well expressed from Hinako. To Hinako? To my partner. To Aibo. That's the little note attached to the pills. But of course I love all the details here. The mortar and pestle with white Claudia flowers. The blossoms being kept in the jars. Showing how Shu is responsible for processing it. Including it into the drugs he was giving Hinako. We see the same drawers with herbs and labels that we saw in the Dark Shrine version, where Hinako was metaphorically letting go of Shu, letting go of her friends. Nub-kun's Japanese is Jozu. Urusei. And I love the ambient audio for this whole area. And again, there's Junko's chime going off. There's like all these weird vocalizations going on in the background, where it's like kind of a cross between animal sounds and human noises like wailing sounds. Chimes getting louder. Junko's getting closer. I love the silhouette with the bunny ears on this cutscene. When you have this costume equipped.
シュウリンコ シュウ
That's such a comedy. That angle. Just the flat side shot of Hinako getting grabbed and pulled out the door. It's like such a comedy shot. Oh, that's right. The Junko scene is not until after this. I gotta do another New Game playthrough of this game. I'm so familiar now with the New Game Plus variation of the cutscenes, but I've only seen the New Game variation once. Because Fox Mask is with you while you're doing this. While you're walking here. But I've gotten so used to just seeing this variation of it now.
姿が見えなくとも一緒にいるのを感じます。私頑張ります。
Do what I must to be the perfect person for you. Gotta give up who you are so that you can be ideal to somebody else. Yeah, the doll is not trying to help. The doll represents another one of the gods that is essentially at war with Inari-sama. It's not trying to help. It's just trying to go against what Inari-sama is planning. Which involves not going through with the wedding. Like when Junko reacted to the doll.
迷っていたんだ。
I love the different ways that we see Junko interact with the doll
道に迷いはない。
in that one scene. Based on which ending you're getting. Because there's the ending where she acknowledges it and she's like, "What are you?" And then it does that hard cut to the doll, yeah, like being on her shoulder. But then there's also the one where Junko sort of gets like... In the new game ending, Junko starts fighting with Hinako. And she just sort of like gets frozen in time. She starts trying to stop Hinako, like, stop taking those pills, they're not good for you. And then she sort of gets thrown to the side by Hinako, and then she just like gets stopped. You see her character model just freeze and then vanish. Yeah, true ending, I think Junko just sort of steps aside. But doesn't she still acknowledge the presence of the doll? I'm gonna have to, even after all these playthroughs, I'm gonna have to keep playing this game. I don't have all those details perfectly memorized yet. And some of the changes between playthroughs are very subtle. So it's harder to keep track of what change happened on what playthrough for which ending, you know? Want Doll versus Inari fan art posters? I want this. I want some of these. Some of these Fox paintings. The sort of calligraphy style Fox paintings. A lot of the artwork and stuff in this game is so beautiful. I would not mind having a lot of this, a lot of reproductions of it. Wish the New Game Plus stuff did more of a Nier Automata vibe. I still need to play that game. New enemies came in, etc. Yeah. After 5 runs, got a bit burned out in the last few chapters being so enemy intense. Oh, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. Yeah, a little bit more enemy variety, especially for New Game Plus, would have been nice. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Nier Automata. But I've just never gotten around to playing it. I find it really difficult to commit to games that are sort of big like that. It's a long story, it's a big world. it's really hard for me to justify committing that much time to a game that I'm not really going to stream, or that I know if I stream it, people won't really want to watch it. Because, again, that's one of the sort of sad realizations. Sad, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. But I have to dedicate a lot of time to playing games and streaming stuff, and I kind of have to justify that of how many people are going to watch and support and care that I'm playing something. And even stuff that I think is related to Silent Hill closely enough, because people really only watch me for Silent Hill. If I play anything that's not Silent Hill, it's an instant, like, 80% viewer decrease. People don't watch those videos, people don't watch those streams. We had, you know, very, very small crowd watching when I played, like, Death Stranding 2. You know, people aren't super interested. Even Resident Evil. I've done Resident Evil playthroughs and stuff years ago, and like anytime I play something that is not Silent Hill, people just don't care. That's what people watch me for. The majority of the audience watches me for. Like Chronos. I thought a lot of people would be super into watching me play Chronos. Even Chronos had very little viewership. Barely anybody watches it on YouTube. Not very many people were here for the streams. And it's like, it's still psychological survival horror from Bloober Team. It's about as close to being Silent Hill related without directly being Silent Hill as you can get. And people just weren't interested. I'm kind of pigeonholed into having to commit most of my time to the Silent Hill games. Not that I mind. It's my favorite fucking video game series, so if I'm gonna be stuck playing any series, it might as well be my favorite, but yeah. If this game wasn't called Silent Hill F, you'd have like 10 viewers right now, and even even compared to other Silent Hill games, this game has been getting way less viewership compared to the other Silent Hill games that I've played in the past. Sometimes it is people just avoiding spoilers, but there's already a lot of people who don't like this game. There's a lot of the Silent Hill community that's very divided on this game and just doesn't care for it. Curious what'll happen to Salome. If that'll happen to Salome, once she covers all the Silent Hill games and branches out to other games. I think people would be more willing to watch Salome play other stuff. She's playing the game correctly. The Twitch game. She's got a webcam. She's got a nice face. She's got a wonderful personality. People are going to watch her play anything. I don't use a webcam. I've got a very dry personality, sense of humor. The only saving grace is that I have a lot of Silent Hill knowledge. So if I'm playing anything that's outside of that wheelhouse, people just don't care. Don't care what I have to say or do when it comes to those games. Anything outside of the series. My voice is the only reason I think I have any viewership. Even if I was as knowledgeable as I am, if it wasn't for my voice, I wouldn't have any following at all, I think. Message Salome and bring her through a lore deep dive of one of the games? I mean, maybe. The first time I've ever interacted with her was like 2 hours ago, so I'm not going to start bugging her for collaborations immediately. That just seems kind of rude. Sorry, there are actually some interesting things. Although I'm noticing we've got new statues. Or, excuse me, repeated statues. We're starting to see a lot of the same Inari statues reused for these segments. But these are still really interesting environments. This part of the Dark Shrine, I like it. Another little thing about this game, I wish there would have been a little bit more variation in the Dark Shrine. This game was too pretty for Silent Hill? Hey, considering they were going for the entire theme of finding the beauty in terror, I think they managed that very well. I think the visuals complement that idea very, very well. Finding the horrific side of things that are typically perceived as beautiful. And vice versa. Finding beauty in things that are typically considered horrifying. Like this nice geisha getting her face ripped off by a fox demon. This is a beautiful piece of artwork. But it's also horrifying. Getting the arm removed. The arm bitten off and the face being removed. Literally just referencing the ritual that Hinako is going through. Having her face removed, having her arm replaced. Like the entire story of what happened to Hinako. And the idea that this is such a traditional, like classic Japanese style artwork, giving the implication that Hinako's not the first person. She's not the first one to go through this ritual, to be manipulated by the Inari, by the foxes, to become a bride. The implication of this has been happening for a long time through history. Even the depiction of them. We have the Shichibi, the seven-tailed fox demons, which is the boss from the third ending, where you fight the corrupted Shichibi. But then you also have the humanoid fox demon removing the face, wearing, well, it doesn't look so much like a mask, but sort of representing Kotoyuki, the idea of the fox demons in a human form rather than just an actual fox form. The lightning, the effect of the lightning coming down being something also tied to the foxes, the same lightning that struck the 1,000-year-old tree. The, again, giving context to the 1,000-year-old tree being the older belief structure that the people in the town sort of worshipped and followed, and then that being replaced with the Inari-sama, fox worshippers after the tree that represented that old faith was struck by lightning and burned. So much of this game's story all being depicted in this one image. Jado Kingu Silent Hill F smelling candle on Etsy. I have one of those Silent Hill scented candles. That's what I used to melt my copy of Silent Hill Book of Memories after I finished all 500 zones of it. There's not a lot of games out there that are bad enough and frustrated me enough. You melted Book of Memories? I melted my copy of Book of Memories. There's not a lot of games out there that are bad enough where I would consider destroying them. I literally melted my copy of Book of Memories after playing all 500 zones. That experience was so fucking bad. That is one of the worst things I've ever committed myself to doing as a Silent Hill fan, is completing everything in Book of Memories. And once I was done with it, I was like, never again. And I melted my cartridge, and I melted it in a Silent Hill candle. You can watch that happen, by the way. My VODs, you can watch my entire playthrough of Book of Memories, from Zone 1 all the way to Zone 500. You can see my entire experience for yourself. And then at the end of it, in the finale, you can watch me set my cartridge, take it out of my Vita, and set it on fire and melt it. Yeah, Rachel helped get through a lot of that. She co-opted the game with me. And it helps you get through zones faster, slightly. Assuming you don't both keep dying or have to reset because of an unbeatable challenge orb, which does happen. So it helped the process go along a little bit faster than if I was just soloing the whole thing. But it didn't make it good. It didn't make it a fun experience. Like, there's a lot of bad games out there that I could play with Rachel, and we would still have fun with it. Book of Memories is just miserable, no matter what. Whoa, my game started lagging like crazy. Yeah, I lit Book of Memories on fire, and I treated it like a cleansing ritual so that everything that came out after Book of Memories would be better. This was before the Silent Hill transmission. This was before we knew that there was going to really be new Silent Hill games, you know? But I was like, if we ever get more Silent Hill, I'm setting this on fire. I'm treating it as a ritual that everything going forward will be better than Book of Memories. And then the next thing we got was Silent Hill Ascension, which is arguably worse. Although Ascension, you can get through all of Ascension in only, like, you can watch all of it in like 11 hours. It takes a lot longer than that to go through Book of Memories, especially all 500 zones. And at least with Ascension, you can just watch it. You don't have to play it. You don't have to interact with it. Book of Memories, you have to actually play. More of the Fox Maiden, the Shrine Maiden outfits. As someone who will never watch Ascension ever, could you give a TLDR of the whole plot? Not really. Because a lot of it is so nonsensical. That it's difficult to even summarize. Basically, there's a family in Pennsylvania and a family in Norway. And both of them start experiencing Otherworld. It's never explained why or how. It never ties in to Silent Hill. It never goes to Silent Hill town. Nobody is from there. Nobody ever, like, references it. They never say the words Silent Hill in all of Ascension. The way this game at least has, like, White Claudia and Aglophilus and, like, Silent Hill aspects to it, Ascension didn't really even have that. Yeah, it was a withering. What's a withering? What exactly is a withering? Was it just Rachel's failed ritual that caused that? Why would that affect people in Norway? None of these questions are answered in all of Ascension. Like, it's difficult to sum up. Norway, yes. Ascension takes place between two main locations. One of them is in Pennsylvania, one of them is in Norway. Remember, this is just where the series is going. Taking the concept of monsters in Otherworld and Silent Hill boiled down to, like, very basic elements and setting it wherever. Like, that's the direction that the current new entries are all following. Short Message was in Germany. Ascension was in Norway. This game's in Japan. It's just sort of boiled down Silent Hill into trauma monsters in different locations. Without any real meaningful connections to, like, pre-established lore. Which is kind of sad. Because, like, this game is an example of still making a pretty good game and a pretty interesting story. As opposed to Ascension, where it was, like, terrible. Nonsensical. This game doesn't have very strong connections to the rest of the series, but it at least is something interesting on its own. Ascension wasn't even that. I found the Emma! It was right here the whole time? I could have sworn I've come in here. Oh, and this is the last physician's log note that I needed. February 16th. It's a miracle. How could this be? The two daughters' symptoms have improved dramatically. February 18th. Both patients have made a full recovery. I do not understand it one bit. Could this be a phenomenon that cannot be explained through scientific means? A Silent Hill phenomenon? Just like Silent Hill: The Short Message tried to explain? There exists no record in any literature of a disease or toxin that could lead to such a cruel illness. Such a dramatic recovery as the two daughters experienced has likewise never been documented. Now the housemaids are whispering about a supposed curse, yet I can no longer chide them and insist science can prove all. Interesting. Hold on. No. The housemaids of the Tsuneki clan, Terry. Not the women in Ebisugaoka that you hear gossiping about Hinako when she squeezes past. The gossipers are not significant characters. They're just random townspeople. So here's the full line of the family physician log that I just found the last note for. February 1st. Symptoms at onset are as follows: headache, fever, vertigo, chills, vomiting, diarrhea. At first, I believe signs pointed to a seasonal cold. However, after prescribing medicine, symptoms did not improve. In fact, they worsened. February 8th. The patient's conditions are declining suddenly and rapidly. Symptoms are as follows: labored breathing, cognitive impairment, quadriplegia, involuntary movements. In addition to these, an even stranger symptom has arisen. The patient's facial features appear to be deforming. The patient's faces remain stuck in expressions of constant strain, their teeth barred, their eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. February 10th. I've received reports that the patients will sometimes make strange sounds, then try to get on all fours and crawl around. Housemaids, who served the family for many years, whisper among themselves, speaking of so-called fox possession. I've scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Today I was ordered to keep silent about this matter by the head of the house. The family has denied my request to transport them to a hospital. I wonder if it is out of fear that that talk of the supernatural will tarnish the family's reputation. So the only family with any reputation in this game is the Tsuneki family, Kotoyuki's family. However, I do not expect the patient's conditions to improve with in-home treatment alone. February 13th, dawn. Mr. Hidetoshi and his wife have passed away, one after the other. This would be Kotoyuki's parents. At the time of death, the skin all over their bodies was covered in sores and had begun sloughing off. The smell was indescribably awful. I could not bear to take a closer look. The head of the house did not give permission to perform autopsies on the bodies. There will be no funeral, and they will be sent to be cremated immediately. February 14th, midnight. The eldest son has passed away, Kotoyuki's older brother. Again, there will be no funeral, and the body will be sent away for cremation. The eldest and second-born daughters are also experiencing symptoms that are worsening by the hour. I believe they will be in critical condition by tomorrow at the latest. February 16th, and then this is the one that I just found. It's a miracle. The two daughters' symptoms have improved dramatically, so these would be sisters of Kotoyuki. Both patients made a full recovery. So the reason they made a recovery is because Inari-sama wound up possessing Kotoyuki. So the fox possession failed or killed the other people in the family line until Kotoyuki became the head of the household, the head of the family. And then once it possessed Kotoyuki, it released its grip on his sisters. Almost like a Hereditary, for anyone who's ever seen Hereditary. The idea of Paimon needing a host body and possessing the little girl, Charlie, at first, but preferring a male body, which is why it eventually possesses her older brother after Charlie dies. Interesting. Well, I'm glad I got that note. I could have sworn I've come into this room. I could have sworn I opened up all of the Fox mask rooms. But apparently I missed this one. It had that note in that last Emma. I also finally have something to spend faith on. Oh, there's... I thought that was the last Emma. Apparently there's one more somewhere. I thought I only had one more stat to increase. Not two. I like how both Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F reference Hereditary and Midsommar in their games. They're just following the tradition of Silent Hill. Going back to Silent Hill 1, these games have always been highly referential of existing horror properties. Silent Hill 1 borrows heavily from, like, Stephen King's Carrie and The Mist. There's direct references to The Shining. Silent Hill 2, Jacob's Ladder. Lost Highway. Silent Hill 3 has direct references to The Exorcist and The Exorcist 3. So these games, Silent Hill always as a series has borrowed ideas and references and has had influence by horror media. So the new games are just following that tradition by including stuff like little references, little nods to Hereditary, Midsommar. They're doing the same thing as the original games. No references to House of a Thousand Corpses, travesty. Also, what's up, Hicks? I hope you're doing well, man. I miss you. Good to see you, man. Just trying to make sure we cover everything. That's okay. I don't need an explanation. I'm glad you are alive as well. I hope things get better for you. Seems a lot of us have been going through some difficult times. But I'm grateful for you to still be here. The outdoor zone? Yeah, I am trying to remember where that is, along with some of these other areas I haven't gone to yet. Still need to go here. because it's easy to miss out on a lot of stuff in this area. Dude, if anybody deserves to be Oprah rich, it's you. For anybody watching, you gotta understand, Whiskey Hicks there in chat, I've known since I was like 16 years old. One of my oldest friends. Oldest and dearest. And when I tell you, I've never met somebody more kind and selfless, who always does everything they can to help the people around them, even when things are difficult. Like, Hicks is one of the most genuine, good human beings on this earth. Like, not an exaggeration. I'm very glad you're still here. Got hit by a car on your motorcycle, got flung 8 feet. Jesus, man. Yeah, I'm glad you're still with us. And I hope you get that Oprah money. I said, if there's anybody in this planet who deserves it, it's you. Why am I having such a hard time remembering how to get to the outside area? Top right, upstairs? Jaro Kingu? I didn't think it was upstairs. I thought it was on the floor level. Yeah, I could have sworn I went past the mural and went up here. Because there's like enemies that drop down on you. I've already killed them. Yeah, I'm mainly trying to get to that outside part with the water. Actually, why am I running around on foot? I could also just do this. See if we could find it. Past the main mural, there's other stairs there. Am I crazy? Have I not just done that? Oh, shit. I may have just broken the playthrough. Just by teleporting from upstairs to downstairs, I may have broken the game loading in the rest of the map. This game really does not want you teleporting around. Yeah, like my save is up that side of the stairs. I just went up this side of the stairs. Yeah, I've already gone through all that. Recollect these things. Stairs where you exit from the second ritual room southeast of the central room. Like this area down here? When you say southeast? So hard to guide. Yeah, I know. This area is very labyrinthian. No, this loops me back around to this. Because I came through here last time before reloading. Further up the stairs by the long vertical hallway. Oh, this is it. And then it's that room. Okay. Somehow they lost me while I was right next to them mid-combat. That's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm where I wanted to be. I just wanted to cam hack and look around this area because it's one of the nicer looking places in the game. And it's so disconnected from everything else. Look, even once you're here, the door the stairs like disappeared. Because it's like loading in an entire other area. It's like teleporting us around to different spots on the map. That's still there. Yeah, once you're like upstairs in this area, the rest of this area loads in. And then once you're actually out here, even the stairs are gone. Like, because this building has to be here. That's really cool. I mean, just seeing how the game has to load in and deload all these areas like while you're walking through them to make this effect work. Look at all these distant... Oh, okay. All right. Game doesn't want me going that way. Doesn't want me zooming the camera that far out. Look at all these distant mountains, though. It breaks the lighting if I try to go too far. was gonna say, this is still working, isn't it? There's water. Like, I've unpaused the game, it's still... Oh, but it doesn't actually fill up anymore. It only does that before solving this puzzle. But this is something else. There's so many things in this game that are going to require me to start completely over from like a fresh new game playthrough in order to see it again. Like, we won't be able to see this area until we do a new game playthrough and then a follow-up New Game Plus playthrough before getting the Agra no Hote-sama. In-depth story playthroughs for this game are going to be such a pain in the ass. Like, I legitimately don't even know how I'm going to approach it. Because there's so many things that you can only see in New Game. And that I'll have to, like, reset my save files or something to be able to see certain elements again. And then so many things that you only get on follow-up New Game Plus playthroughs that are critical to the story. So I guess my in-depth story playthroughs for Silent Hill F are just going to have to be like 5 playthroughs long. Have 4 different save. That's the thing. I don't think even necessarily splitting it up that way would work. Not to mention that really breaks up the flow of doing a in-depth story playthrough. Usually I just like to play the game through normally and talk about stuff sort of as it comes up. For this game, I would be like playing up to one save point and then loading something else and then showing something from New Game Plus and then going back to my New Game playthrough until I show something else and then showing a different New Game Plus playthrough. It's going to be so disjointed trying to, like, do an in-depth playthrough for this game. I'm going to have to really figure out how to approach that. Sounds like an editor's nightmare trying to make a video essay. Yeah, and it's not like I have an editor. I am my editor. And I'm currently processing how much of a nightmare it's going to be trying to put together a story playthrough. This might be the first game in the series where I can't do my in-depth story playthrough live. Every other game in the series, I can do a very thorough in-depth story playthrough just streaming it live and playing the game normally and talking about it as I go. This game, I'm literally going to have to do it like strictly for YouTube, where I take multiple playthroughs and edit everything together. Oh, it's going to be such a pain in the ass. That's going to be such a pain in the ass. That's going to be so much work to cover everything the way I typically do for an in-depth. Oh boy. Try not to think about it too much right now and just enjoy the cam hack. But oh my god, that's going to be so much work. Editing your own work can be horrible from what I've learned. I'm easily my worst critic. Oh, same. Especially because I do not consider myself a good editor, and I do not enjoy the process of editing. I'm working on a Silent Hill 1 iceberg video for right now. And I've been working on it for the past like 10 months, something like that. I've been working on it like all year almost. And I'm still not done. I'm still not done. Because I keep doing research and then wanting to change my script and then having to film footage and then having to go back and rewrite and re-record narration and re-edit and find the right sources and citations for things that I'm referencing, if it's like a developer quote or from an interview or from a guide or supplementary material. And then in the process of changing one thing, I'll discover something new or a better way to phrase something or some better footage to represent something, which will require me to go back and change stuff again. That's basically been my process working on this iceberg. And I'm not even halfway done. I'm like still so far from finishing it. I feel like I'm never gonna finish it. But I just keep telling myself, if I can get that video out before the Silent Hill 1 remake, that's what matters. Give people a nice refresher course on any questions they could possibly have about anything related to Silent Hill 1 before the remake. And hopefully the algorithm picks it up as well as the Silent Hill 2 iceberg. Because that is still by far my most viewed video. It's over 600,000 views now. Compared to my average video for like a playthrough is, you know, a lot of my recent videos have been really dipping though. But yeah, most of my videos usually only get like maybe 1,000 views or a couple thousand. So 600,000 on that Silent Hill 2 iceberg is leaps and bounds beyond anything else on my channel. And I put a lot of effort and work into that one, but the Silent Hill 1 iceberg is shaping up to be at least twice as long, if not triple. And there's just so many different things I have to cover, and it's so frustrating. Like just to give an example, one of the subjects that I was editing recently was going over unlockable New Game Plus weapons. Specifically the Hyper Blaster. So I'm trying to avoid using footage from other YouTubers and stuff as much as I can, but it's unavoidable in some situations. For example, I don't own a Hyper Blaster. The Hyper Blaster weapon in Silent Hill 1 is based off of an actual Konami light gun that they sold for the PlayStation 1. And I don't own that. So I had to find footage of other people who do to be able to use for the video. And then I was talking about the differences in the Hyper Blaster, the unlockable Hyper Blaster, because there's multiple different strengths of it. And something I've learned very quickly is there is basically no footage, not of any kind of decent quality, for the yellow Hyper Blaster. There's a lot of footage for the red Hyper Blaster, because that's the one that you'll unlock just by getting any low rank for a UFO playthrough on Silent Hill 1. I've got plenty of footage of me unlocking and using the red Hyper Blaster. There's plenty of footage of the green Hyper Blaster, which is the strongest version of the Hyper Blaster that you get for doing a 10-star run. There's plenty of people out there who've done 10-star runs. I've done 10-star runs of Silent Hill 1. So I've got footage of the green Hyper Blaster. No problem. The yellow Hyper Blaster, you very specifically have to have between 5.1 and 9.9 stars. So almost nobody has footage of it. And I did an entire offline playthrough of Silent Hill 1 to specifically try to get that ranking. And I got the ranking, but because on my save file I had already unlocked the red Hyper Blaster, I learned that it doesn't change it. You have to completely remove your previous save and do it all over again, so that the first time you unlock the Hyper Blaster is within that range for it to be yellow. So I did I spent hours going through Silent Hill 1, meticulously trying to manipulate my rating to be exactly what it needed to be to get a yellow Hyper Blaster unlock. Got within that range, and then didn't unlock it. So now I have to do it again after deleting my save files and starting over, which means multiple playthroughs, one to unlock New Game Plus, another one to do a follow-up UFO run, and get the actual... just for like 2 seconds. Just for like 2 seconds of yellow Hyper Blaster footage. It's going to take me like 4 or 5 hours. So for anyone wondering, why is the Silent Hill 1 iceberg taking so long? That's the amount of effort that I'm putting in to get like a second or two of worth of footage. For one topic. That's one topic. One little bit of footage that's only part of one topic talking about the Hyper Blaster. And there's 88 topics total on the entire iceberg. 88 different, like, points. So yeah, hopefully I can get that iceberg done before Silent Hill 1 Remake. I'm trying my best. I don't need to I know we've already looked under Fox Mask's mask, but I still like trying to see. I like the fact that he has makeup on to black out his eyes.
とても綺麗だ。ひなこ。
Like Batman. Exactly like Batman. I made the same comparison the first time we looked under the mask. Well, up here. Oh, hey. Untextured. Haven't actually seen too much of this. Even when clipping out of bounds. Haven't seen a whole lot of the, like, checkerboard untextured layers. Oh, even before we go through here, this is all rendered in. The lighting gets broken, unfortunately. But the Tsuneki family, like, character models and stuff are all there. See if I can... I was hoping if I move Hinako closer... Animation of him holding out his hand for Hinako. I was hoping if we move Hinako closer, the lighting wouldn't break, but it seems to be tied to the area actually opening up. Although, if I remember correctly, this is not a cutscene. The game sort of takes control of you, and you walk down this area with Kotoyuki, like it moves for you. So I might still be able to control the camera while that's happening. Yeah, I just lost control of Hinako.
行こうか。
はい、ご一緒に。
Oh, well, that's kind of a nice shot, actually. And in Monster Hand, with the Tsuneki family, all with their masks, waiting down this aisle here. That's cool. Good shot. Well, now we have lights. And Junko should be here too. Yeah, there's Junko. The lighting is still weird in there.
Mita mae. 皆が私たちを祝ってくれている。
Get to see the little different designs, different fox mask designs for the other Tsuneki family members. And then the wives. Oh, you can actually see her face. I managed to clip in just right. You can see her nose and mouth there beneath the mask. Her eyes as well. They have fully rendered faces underneath the masks. Look at the skin too. There's like the texturing and stuff on it. Very similar to kind of how Junko's skin looks. With the very similar like stitching around the neck and everything. Yeah, the masks are unique. They're not the same as each other's. Kotoyuki's is a different design. Even like this guy has a different one compared to this one. It's not just like copy-pasted assets. They actually have like multiple masks. Different designs. Same thing for the brides. She has like the white fox with the stitching on the mouth. He has more of a brown and red fox with no stitching. Oh yeah, it totally makes sense. Just to have distinction between each member of the family. But this is such a short sequence. The idea that they designed and rendered all these different variations for these characters you never see again. Like, you walk past them, and that's the last you ever see of these characters. Is just right here. Oh, that's a good shot, too. The bunny silhouette. Here's my new desktop wallpaper. Potentially my YouTube thumbnail for this video. Actually, yeah, this will probably be my thumbnail. Just go ahead and screen cap that right now. Little slight variations in each of the masks. The faces underneath look like they're the same. At least for the wives. I'm just looking at the texture around like the lips and the nose shape. So they might be using like a generic or reused face model. The obi are different designs as well. Like they're wearing the same dress. It has the same kudzu leaf design on it, but the obis, the sashes and belts are different. Cool details. Now Junko is here. Junko is not part of the Tsuneki clan. But they still have her like facing off opposite of another. Because I kind of felt like the implication was these are all the previous, you know, male heads of the house for the Tsuneki clan and their respective, like, brides. But Junko's mask seems to indicate, and obviously from the notes and stuff, like, she wasn't married off to this family. She was married off to a different family. Not the Tsunekis. Oh, look at that. You can see his eyebrows. Everything underneath. See a bit under Junko's mask. It's kind of dark. Oh, you can see her eyes are more rendered than the other brides. Can we see Junko's face? There it is. I might be able to brighten this up for you. Hold on. Do a little bit of color correction. Boost the gamma. Junko's face. Yeah, the entire game, they never show Junko's face normally. But she has a fully rendered face. She has a fully rendered model. Also, yeah, since we were talking a bit about Junko's mask earlier, let me pull up some comparison images. Because I feel like it's either a kappa which in Japanese folklore, kappa are like water sprites. And considering Junko is part of the Shimizu family line, maybe some connection to water through a mask that kind of resembles a kappa. Could also potentially be a tengu. Now, a lot of people are more familiar with the long nose tengu, but there are different types of tengu in Japanese folklore. Because you also have this type with the more beak-like appearance. The Karasu tengu. Your money's on Karasu Tengu? I mean, it's very similar. Very similar to both. The way the eye shape is, the design of it. The only thing is the little horns on top. If it was a kappa, I feel like there would be more emphasis on the top of its head being incorporated into the mask in some way. And if it was strictly Karasu Tengu, it wouldn't have like the little horns. I mean, there are variations of the Tengu that do have the horns. Might it just be an owl? At this point, I don't think so. Like, I did think it was an owl initially, but the design is much less owl-like and much more Tengu or Kappa-like. I feel like, especially with the eye shape, I don't think it's supposed to just be an owl. What's up, Sock Ninja? Another one of my dear friends for the past 22 years. The gang's all here. The whole reason that I know any Japanese or anything about Japanese culture. A lot of that stemmed from going to conventions with Sock Ninja and Whiskey Hicks in chat, along with my friend Hirimi, who was here earlier. Hirimi was here earlier. I don't know if he's still lurking. But yeah, these are my dear friends who I met through conventions, going to anime conventions and stuff back in the early 2000s. I've literally known them since I was like 15, 16. And I'm almost 38 now. Miss you guys. But yeah. Very interesting seeing Junko's face, some more comparisons with the mask. I hadn't even noticed the difference in all of the men's masks either. I thought they were all wearing the same type. But that's really cool seeing all of that by comparison. Well, the convention culture is what exposed me to Japanese culture, which I experienced with all of you, with you and with Sock Ninja. That was definitely what started that interest. Or at the very least, what amplified that interest beyond just like being a fan of anime. Okay. Just for the sake of this being a cool shot, I want to set the camera like all the way down here at the end of the hallway. Let's reset the filter here. And then let this play out. Oh crap. Actually, there's something else I want to check. Because when you walk past Junko, she says something. She talks to you. And I want to see if her mouth moves under the mask. Actually put that filter back on. Brighten things up a little bit. Try to get the camera where we can see Junko's mouth, not just the inside of her mouth with her teeth. That's the only issue with these camera hacks. They can be kind of finicky to control. probably about as good as I'm gonna get it right here.
あなたの新しい生に祝福を。
Okay. Her face does not animate under the mask. Now I know. Now I know. But I still want this shot of Kotoyuki and Hinako walking towards the camera. Oh, look at that. The fog effect moves with them. Oh, it goes to a cutscene before they even get all the way there. Alright, take that filter off. I thought the cutscene didn't start until they got into this room. And now we can get a nice cam hack view of the Rinko-like entity. Oh, there we go. The, like, Rinko puppets that she summons. Cool design. Just the repeated eyes down the face. This just melty whatever that is. Of course, the big, like, grinning fox masks and stuff up here in the arena. The whole time this is happening, is this still loaded out here? Oh, wow, it is. Character models are gone. The hallway with the foxes is all still there. Oh, and the big, like, smoldering fox statues over here in the corner. I didn't even notice that. I'm usually so focused on this fight, I don't really get to take in the detail of the arena. Of course, we have the table, all the offerings, part of that same first puzzle, Dark Shrine puzzle. This is like just gross flesh pillar thing. There's so much stuff here I'd never really noticed in my previous playthroughs. Too late. Wanted to try to get a shot of it actually exploding. Oh, look at the face part, like, reaching forward towards Hinako during this attack. similar to the Sakuko fight, I kind of want to fail this one on purpose, because I think we get some interesting animations we can look at. Some interesting death animations. That's kind of a cool shot too.
この世界から清水ひな子は消えたね。お幸せに、凛子。 私はじゃない。
どうしたひなこ。
私は
君はひなこじゃないか。
私は
君はひなこだ。
はい。私は清水ひな子じゃない。私はひな子。
そうだよ。君は私のひなこだ。
Moshi Moshi. Peanut Desu.
お母さん。
そろそろ帰っといて。お夕飯ができたから。おい、リンコを離せ。
ひなこ、もう十分。殺すか殺されるか決めた？
お姉ちゃん。
殺されなさい、ひなこ。
どうしてみんなそうなの？みんな殺してるの？お姉ちゃんも殺したの？
ええ、私も殺したわ。お父さんもお母さんも、そして大切な妹であるあなたもね。友達もみんな殺したわ。
私は殺されたくない。
Yeah, this is also your sort of more laid out parallel. Junko already went through this process. She got married. She gave up her identity. She's already killed everyone.
今日までに何
Her
度も言ったかも
parents,
しれないけれ
Hinako,
ど、
her friends.
もう一度だけ言うわね。
That's kind of your indicator that they're not talking about killing literally. They're talking about
だけど
cutting those people out of your life,
その選択には
living a new life as a wife, part of a new family.
それもあなたが生き延びた時にだけ。あなたがおとなしく殺されるなら何の代償もない。お姉ちゃんはひな子に幸せになってほしいよ。
お姉ちゃん。シュリンコ。
And then this goes back to the way that it was before. I don't know why my computer's kind of lagging, kind of struggling here.
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだ。時間がない。二人とも待ってて。 すぐ行く。
All right. And that is where I'm going to have to end it for tonight.